Hey, Mark, how are you?
You coming down to record?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over on the other side, I guess, so we have it from both.
Excuse me one more time, I'm sorry.
I listen. That's good. I think so. JBL. That's good. This guy looks impressive. Let's see who he is.
The guy works for his money.
Does he? I think so. Look at that.
She took a bunch of name tags already.
You've been reading.
On your way here?
You will be.
All right.
If you can go there, standing room only. It's all live. hiding in my.
Somebody here?
Yeah, me. Don't
Oh.
be blocking my camera.
Okay.
Mark, I'm gonna invade your space. Generic one that's been on every Facebook post everywhere, that one. That's like that.
Yeah. Saucon Township. Will call to order the March 22, 2023 Lower Saucon Township Council meeting. Mark, please call the roll.
Mr. Banonis.
Here.
Mr. Carocci. Here. Ms. DeLeon.
Here.
Mr. Engels. Here. Ms. Yerger.
Here.
All right, please stand for the flag. Acquisition litigation. I'll direct your attention to the procedures, copies of which were provided outside the council table.
From the executive session, we would need a motion to authorize the township staff to obtain a second appraisal for property number 2023-01, provided the property owner is in agreement with our position.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Banonis.
Yes.
Mr. Carocci.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Engels.
Yes.
Ms. Yerger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, again, as I was saying, the public comment procedure is available. Written copies are provided on the tables outside of the council meeting room. For the meetings, the parties who may not have copies of those, I'd like to remind you of the terms. I'm going to read those to you now. Back in earlier this year, resolution 31-2023 is a resolution of council of Lower Saucon Township adopting agenda policies and code of conduct for township meetings. And within
that resolution is the public comment and participation terms, and I'll read those to you so that you're perfectly clear to the public who's here tonight. Public participation, including public comment relating to agenda items, shall occur at the beginning of the meeting and shall be listed on the agenda as a public comment, agenda items, residents and taxpayers only. Public participation, including public comment, will not be allowed after the commencement of council business meetings or during any other agenda item. Public participation, including public comment, shall be within the discretion and under the discretion under the direction and control of the council president or acting council president. Public comment shall be made only by Saucon Township residents and taxpayers. Persons wishing to make comments to council must put their names on a sign-in sheet to be used by the council president to allocate the available time among those wishing to speak. Residents and/or taxpayers of Saucon Township shall announce their name prior to addressing Township Council. Public comment may be made only by a resident or taxpayer who is recognized by the council president. Comments about items on the agenda will be limited to no more than 3 minutes per person. The council president or acting council president shall, in his or her sole discretion, be permitted to expand the individual comment period by no more than 2 minutes upon request from the individual. Thereafter, additional time may be allowed only upon motion approved by a majority of council. Organized groups of people attending the meeting to present a common position or idea to the council shall designate no more than 2 of the members to speak to the group. No speaker will be allowed to surrender his or her time to any other person or to call upon other persons for comment. No resident or taxpayer shall obstruct in any way the entrances or exits to the township council meeting room. The resident or taxpayer shall address township council from the lectern situated in the center of the township council meeting room, unless the resident or taxpayer is physically unable to do so. All public comment will be addressed to the township council. Nothing herein shall require any council member to answer questions or engage in debate. Members of the audience may not address other members of the audience or argue, speak, or yell back and forth at each other. To facilitate the business of the township and to maintain order, there shall be no foul or vulgar language used or gestures made during the meeting. Comments should be substantive and not include any defamatory comment and or personal attacks on the integrity of others, whether or not present. Letters shall not be read during the public comment unless such letter can be read within the allotted 3-minute time limit for individual public comment. No extension shall be granted to residents or taxpayers reading the letter during public comment. Any letter cited or read may be submitted to the township manager. Copies of any documents being reviewed or discussed during public comment shall be made available to council. At all times, each attendee of the council meeting shall respect the point of view of others. No comment disagreeing with another's point of view shall involve a personal attack on the character of others with a different viewpoint. Any conduct disruptive of the township council meeting interfering with the business of the township, such as talking when not recognized by the council president or acting council president, talking beyond the allotted time, and or the use of cell phones shall not be tolerated. Council president or acting council president will rule out of order any speech or comment which is defamatory, contentious, scandalous, impertinent, redundant, or disruptive to the proceedings of the meeting. If the conduct and order of the township council meeting is no longer maintained, the council president or acting council president may recess the meeting to restore order so the business of the township may be conducted when the meeting resumes. Public comment shall not contain personal attacks of any nature directed to or against any council person, boards of Saucon Township, members of the audience, or any other persons. The period of public comment shall be placed at the end of each agenda item for comments regarding non-agenda items. The rules and regulations contained herein shall apply to this public comment period as well. The purpose of the public comment shall be for residents or taxpayers to comment on matters of concern, official action, or deliberation, which are or may be before council prior to official action being taken. Council will not respond to comment made during the public portion of the meeting unless it is necessary to ask a clarifying question, correct a factual error, or provide specific information. The purpose of public comment is not for residents or taxpayers to engage in argument or debate with members of council, administration, or other residents. The council president shall maintain order in accordance with such purpose. This resolution was adopted on January 3rd, 2023. We also have Resolution 75-2022, which is Resolution of Council of Saucon Township adopting procedures for legislative public hearings. And among the items that are set forth in this resolution is that these procedures are intended to maintain proper decorum for the hearing, participation, and respect for all citizens, and to maintain order. These procedures for legislative public hearings shall be posted on the Saucon Township website. Signs will be posted at the meeting location advising people attending the meeting of the hearing procedures. Legislative public hearings are designed to allow residents and taxpayers in Saucon Township to these rules and quasi-judicial public hearings, such as zoning hearing board or conditional use hearings, shall be conducted according to the laws applicable in those instances. Responses to public comment, testimony, or questions will not be provided during the hearing, other than to clarify facts related to the subject matter. Public hearings of this nature are a one-way conversation. The township manager, in his or her sole discretion, is authorized to request police presence at the public hearing. We do have police here tonight, thank you. No attendee shall obstruct in any way the entrances or exits to the hearing room. Sign sheet will be used for order of public comment testimony. Public participation and comment testimony shall occur after the subject matter of the hearing has been discussed by counsel. Individuals desiring to speak must be sworn in under oath by the court stenographer. The oath will take place as it would at the beginning of the hearing using a sign sheet. Individuals who speak must give their name prior to speaking and acknowledge that they took the oath. Individuals who violate will be required to take the oath prior to speaking. Individuals desiring to testify shall announce the name and municipality of residence prior to testifying. Comment testimony may be made only by a person who is recognized by the council president. Comment testimony will be limited to no more than 3 minutes per person. The council president or acting council president shall, in his or her sole discretion, be permitted to expand the individual comment period by no more than 2 minutes upon request from the individual. Thereafter, additional time may be allowed only upon approval by a majority of council. Groups of people attending the meeting because of the same subject may designate one of the members to speak for the group. No speaker will be allowed to surrender his or her time to the other person or to call upon other persons for comment testimony. The resident or taxpayer shall testify from the lectern or other designated space unless the resident or taxpayer is disabled and or unable to stand. All public comment testimony will be addressed to the township council. Members of the audience may not address other members of the audience or to argue, speak, or yell back and forth at or to each other. In order to facilitate the orderly conduct of the hearing, there may be no foul or vulgar language used or gestures made during the hearing. Comment testimony should be substantive and not include any defamatory comment and or personal attacks to the integrity of others, whether or not present. Letters may be read during public comment testimony subject to the allotted 3-minute time limit for the individual testimony. No extension shall be granted to residents or taxpayers reading a letter during testimony. Any letters cited or read may be submitted to the township manager. Copies of any documents and or materials reviewed or discussed during testimony shall be marked made available to council and placed into the record. At all times, each attendee shall respect the point of view of others. No comment disagreeing with another's point of view shall involve a personal attack on the character of others with a different viewpoint. Any conduct disruptive of the hearing or interfering with the business of the hearing, such as talking when not recognized by the council president or acting council president, talking beyond the allotted time, and or using cell phone shall not be tolerated. The council president or acting council president will rule out of order any speaker or comment which is defamatory, contentious, scandalous, impertinent, redundant, or disruptive to the proceedings of the meeting. If the conduct and order of the hearing is no longer maintained, the council president or acting council president may reset the hearing or orders to the business of the hearing may be conducted when the hearing resumes. Public comment will have no personal attacks in any nature directed toward or against any action or respond to council person or police officer, township members of the audience, or any other person. Legislative public hearings will conclude at 10 o'clock p.m. unless the majority of council votes to extend the time deadline. To the extent practical, any necessary continuation will be discussed at the hearing. This resolution went into place on November 16th, 2022. So copies of both of these resolutions are available if you want to hear what it says, or if you have any questions about it, feel free to make copies outside the council meeting room, and we will proceed. So the first item on the agenda tonight is the police department special ceremonies. I know we have Chief Martin here to introduce us to 3 of the new officers for Saucon Township. They're Officer Bartholomew, Officer Steely, and Officer Pritchard. And I believe we also have District Justice Mentions here to swear in our new officers. So Chief, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Officer Tyler Seeley, Zachariah Pritchard, and Kyle Bartholomew. And the rest of the department, please come in.
Again, for folks that have locked the doors, I would ask you again to please move the doors so the officers can enter and exit to keep the meeting space open. There's 3 room over on the sides and on the left side of the meeting room.
Judge. I'll give a brief introduction of each each officer before they get sworn in by Judge Mitch. To my left is Tyler Seeley, 2015 graduate, Northampton High School, 2018 graduate, Northampton Community College, with an associate's in criminal justice, and he is a 2019 graduate of the Allentown Police Academy. Tyler worked as a part-time officer for our department since May of 2022, and also worked part-time for the Nazareth Police Department. Tyler and his wife, Lana, reside in the city of Bethlehem, and I was just informed today they are going to be the proud parents of twins. So, and Judge Medj, if you would do the honors of swearing in Tyler Seeley.
Yes, raise your right hand for me, please, and repeat after me. I, Tyler Seeley, do solemnly swear that I will support, obey, defend, and enforce the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township, without consideration to race, color, sex, religious creed, sexual orientation, age, national origin, ancestry, handicap, or disability. And that I shall at no time divulge. And that I shall at no time divulge. Confidential reports. Of the department. Nor circulate scandalous information. And I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity.
Lena, if you would like to pin his badge on. The next introduction is Zachariah Pritchard. Zach is a 2019 graduate of Salem Christian School, a 2013 graduate of Kutztown University with a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice, and is a 2014 of the Allentown Police Academy as well. Zach worked part-time as a part-time police officer here from 2015 to 2016, before leaving to go work full-time with the Allentown Police Department up until last week. Zach and his wife Brooke and their two children, with another one on the way, reside in Lower Saucon Township. At this time, Judge, if you would give Zachariah his oath, please.
Raise your right hand, please repeat after me. I, Zachariah Pritchard, do solemnly swear that I will support, obey, defend, and enforce the Constitution of the United States, Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township, without consideration to race, color, sex, religious creed, sexual orientation, age, national origin, ancestry, handicap, or disability, and that I shall at no time divulge confidential reports of the department, or circulate scandalous information, and I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity. Congratulations.
If you would so kindly pin the badge on his suit coat pocket, please. The next officer, Kyle Bartholomew. Kyle is a 2002 graduate of Saucon Valley High School, a 2004 graduate of Northampton Community College with a specialized degree in emergency services, and a 2012 graduate of the Montgomery County Police Academy. Kyle's worked part-time with our department since September of 2012 and previously worked part-time in Hellertown. Kyle and his wife Kenda and their daughter Payson reside in Lower Saucon Township. Judge?
Please raise your right hand, repeat after me. I, Kyle Bartholomew, do solemnly swear that I will support, obey, defend, and enforce the Constitution of the United States, Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township, without consideration to race, color, sex, religious creed, sexual orientation, age, national origin, ancestry, handicap, or disability, and that I shall at no time divulge confidential reports of the department, nor circulate scandalous information, and I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity.
And I believe his daughter Payson is going to finish that on us tonight. Is that correct? And I've heard she's had a lot of practice. Just want everybody to know she went through both holes and she's black. If I may, real brief, please join me in welcoming officers Steely, Pritchard, and Bartholomew as they start their new venture as full-time police officers with the Lower Saucon Police Department team. You can see a bunch of the officers are here today, and I also wish them the best of luck on a long, safe career serving the residents of Lower Saucon Township. I would also like to again thank Counsel for approving the increased staffing levels for the department and also for your continued overwhelming support. I can assure you that the officers present and the ones unable to attend greatly appreciate it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your efforts. We passed you a month ago with hiring 40 new police officers, so you're 75% of the way there. And we appreciate how quickly you reacted to our reaction. So, as many of the public know, we've had increasing crime due to nothing that our police department is doing, just because of the nature of society, the way it is now. That number of break-ins over the holidays, and we recognize the need to increase our police presence for patrolling, for reaching out to the public with better interaction. And I'm happy that you were able to identify and retain 3 highly qualified police officers. I know that it's great for the community, it's great for the department. I'm hoping that it injects some morale so that they're not spread as thin as they have been in the past. And we really appreciate all that you guys do on a daily basis. You may not hear from us every day, but I think that's on behalf of the majority of this township. I say thank you all.
Thank you. And thank you.
Chief, I'm going to keep you here from the line. I know that the next item we have is the reaccreditation by the Pennsylvania Chief Police Association. So if you could share some comments on that.
Sure. Just one second. I'm pleased to inform council and the residents of the township that the police department has successfully completed our third reaccreditation from the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association since first becoming accredited in November of 2013. The PA Chiefs Police Association website states there are currently only 149 agencies within the Commonwealth that maintain this accredited status. According to Wikipedia, there are 1,117 law enforcement agencies in the Commonwealth. I would like to take a moment to thank Sergeant Lighty to my right over here, our accreditation manager since 2009. He spent a considerable amount of time each year obtaining the proofs needed to meet the strict 125 standards for accreditation. In addition, I would like to thank all the officers, I'm sure they're all out in the hallway by now, and our administrative clerk of the police department for their diligence and hard work during the course of their duties to allow the department to meet these standards and remain an accredited agency. We get reaccredited every 3 years, and we receive this from the PA Chiefs. It hangs on our wall in our police department. We just moved one to the other, and I'll read it. From the PA Chiefs of Police, to all who see this certificate, know that the Lower Saucon Township Police Department has fulfilled the necessary qualifications and mandatory requirements of the PA Law Enforcement Accreditation Program of the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association by voluntarily complying with the provisions of the Professional Law Enforcement Accreditation Program by means of achieving and demonstrating the highest acknowledged standards as required by the Pennsylvania Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission. Is hereby recommended and approved and authorized to receive this Certificate of Law Enforcement Accreditation. And this was effective October 28th of 2022 for a term of 3 years, and our original date was November 26th of 2013. Thank you, Sergeant, for all your hard work, and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Warren. Thank you, Sergeant Marty, for keeping our accreditation current. It's reassuring for the residents of the township to know that we are held to such high esteem at the state level. We have a highly qualified police department. They're professionals. They take their jobs very seriously, and it's a reflection of their leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, we have public comment on agenda items, only resident taxpayers, only 3-minute time limit. We do not have any agenda items tonight. We have public hearings on 3 matters, so we'll move forward to presentations, hearings, ordinances, and resolutions. We'll talk about them before we get started.
We do have other agenda items. For the 3 public hearings that are listed on tonight's agenda, you will have an opportunity to speak during each one of those public hearings. If you have a public comment on a different agenda item, then now is the time.
Yeah, the other agenda items would be the township business items at the bottom. So if anyone wants to comment on any of the township business items, you're welcome to comment. All right, so first up, we have Kevin Riley Rice. Just identify yourself for the record, please. Thank you. My name is Kevin Riley Rice. My name is Kevin Riley Rice. I live at 2240 Riley Lane, and my comments are on 12301. I was just wondering if you guys did any kind of environmental studies on that assessment. So just to interrupt you, you have the opportunity to speak on the hearings when those items come up. There's an agenda item that you want to speak to, you can, but you can forego your Carol Riley.
So, did we sign the wrong paper?
Perhaps, are you here to speak to one of your officers?
Yeah.
All right, let's go and move forward to, Denise Van Buster.
I'm on the wrong list.
Okay, all right, and then we have, Matthew McLaren.
Yeah, I don't know if this is an agenda item or not. Chime in. I don't know if this is an agenda. I don't know if it's an agenda item or not.
Well, the agenda down there on the table.
Yeah, well, what I'm gonna speak on the agenda.
Which agenda item is it?
Agenda item E, public comment procedure.
Okay.
Can I speak? Matthew McLaren, 2198 Riverside Drive. As you know, it looks like you have cool crap here. I think that, back in 2015, you know, we didn't have this clock. We had council members who were engaged in public comment. We didn't have a time limit. You know, Maxfield or ISD, even though they didn't agree with us sometimes about zoning decisions or things like that, they listened to us and they engaged. And I think it's a shame that these people in this audience tonight are only gonna have 3 minutes to speak about the most valuable asset they put their money into. I think it's appalling, and I think that this public comment should either be changed for these people, or, you know, many of these people probably didn't even know the planning commission was, even happened. I guarantee that. I guarantee it, they weren't engaged in that meeting. You know, this is the first time they're coming before council to speak about an issue that involves their homes, their lives, their kids, their futures. And to sit there and limit them to 3 minutes is the most, you know, I just think it's a travesty. As elected officials, to limit these people on their time, it's honestly ridiculous. So I can hope that we've learned from our mistakes of what you did to the taxpayers, nearly 200 people that were against the rezoning around the landfill, and listen to their concerns. Listen to their, you know, whatever they have to say about their properties, about their homes. You know, I hope that council engages in those things. That's what you're here for. You're here to listen to us. And if you don't engage with these people, what do you think is gonna happen? How many lawsuits are we gonna read? 4 lawsuits? Over egos, over decisions that are made not based on the residents, but on other people. What is the value of this? To throw all these people under the bus. What is the value we're talking about? We have the lowest tax rate in Northampton County. I know one thing, that other Republican council members, and I'm not gonna say whether I'm a D or R, they engaged the public. They weren't Mussolini, they weren't Stalin, they didn't, not let the people speak about their issues. So get it together. You're gonna be in 6 more lawsuits for no reason.
Bob Glasgow.
Here I am. Don't want to miss my opportunity. Didn't start the clock yet. I am glad.
Just identify yourself, please.
Yes, Robert Glasgow, 2510 Reddington Road, REDINGTON. I am glad that I was able to attend a real council meeting at the Northampton County Courthouse. A meeting where the council members actually looked you in the eye when you spoke. Where if you were riding late, the council counted your time as precious to you as theirs is to them. Realizing that you're as busy as they are, and they didn't gather up the sign-up sheet to speak at the time of the start of the meeting. And even after gathering the sheet up, once all those who had signed had spoken, they opened up the floor and invited anyone who had come late for 5 minutes, and even extending that time if necessary. They listened, they discussed, here and sit there texting each other on your phone. You read Rule 21 tonight. Time will be limited to 3 minutes, I believe is on there. Also, cell phones shall not be permitted. If you're gonna enforce 3-minute rules as a will, not a shall, you better obey your rules yourself.
I had
Just identify yourself, please.
Laura, Ray,
Thank you.
mine doesn't work. So I had 2 items. So the one had to do with the financial report, so just to follow up on what Matt pointed out there with all the lawsuits. So if everybody took a look, they see that we've already spent, as of the end of February, over $102,000 on legal things. So that's 48.6% of our budget, and we're only in, that was just 2 months in. So that shouldn't be bad. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the, item E, mission of open space committee. So it sounds great if you just read it and think this is like a random thing, wow, this is great, but I'll point out that we've had an open space committee for many years. It's part of the Environmental Advisory Council. We've had volunteers on that, evaluating the properties, doing all the things that it says in the papers there that this new committee will do. This topic was not discussed at all at the Environmental Advisory Council Board. It impacts them, of course, because these are people who volunteer their time for years doing this, and it's a slap in their face to all of a sudden, we're gonna get rid of that, and you have to have your own new board with your appointees, which is how all our boards are, stacked up with people that will only do as you direct them. It's wrong. I'm appalled at it. And I think it's so cowardly that this doesn't talk to that.
Potential adoption ordinance number 2023-01 to amend zoning matter text for 378 and 12 East Road areas. Any comments before we start?
Yes, sir. This, as Mr. Banonis said, this is proposed township ordinance number 2023-01. David, can you put the map up on the board? I just want to, before we open the public hearing, the township received some.
Which one's the original?
3 and 4. The township received, a couple of phone calls in the past week, questioning some of the language in the advertisement as compared to the map. And so what you see on the board now is a revised exhibit 3, and I'm gonna point to the properties that are. These properties right here were originally proposed to go to GB from their current R40. There was a mistake in the advertisement, that's my fault, my mistake. I didn't catch that it was GB, that the properties were going from R40 to GB. So those properties are not part of this ordinance anymore. The revised ordinance now, I'll ask council to make a motion after we hold the public hearing. But the revised ordinance will contain revised exhibits 3 and 4, so that those properties that I identified are not changed from R40 to GB. So that being said, the next thing that we would need to do is open the public hearing.
All right, I'll make a motion that we open the public hearing for the potential adoption ordinance 2023-01 amending zoning map text 378-412 East Road areas. Second.
Second.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Yes. Ms. Keely-Owen, how do you vote? Yes. Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counsel. All right, the next, item would be to swear in everybody that, as a group, everybody that's going to testify in this hearing. So anybody that wants to testify in this hearing, please stand up and raise your right hand.
So the names I have here on the sign-in sheet are Kevin, Riley Price, Joanne Mason, Janet Riley, Tom Engelman, Gordon D. Wheeler, Donna Lvithne, Michael Yelovich, Denise Van Busker, Jennifer Swap, Lasco, Kathy something again, MCGANN. Okay. Brad Snyder and Karen Riley Rice. Is that everyone? Okay. So all those individuals who signed in and wishing to comment on 2023-01, you just want to report forward.
Okay, so I will give you, counsel, a little bit of a introduction as to what this ordinance does. We will then open it up for where it's proposed to do. We will then open it up for questions or comments from council, and then we'll go to the public. So Stacy, can you put up map number 1, please, for me? In the actual ordinance, the second one. So that's, it's, 370. Says exhibit 1 at the bottom, should say exhibit 1 at the bottom. Okay, okay. I'm sorry, that's 412, yeah. So exhibit 1 is in the area of 412. And you can see in the middle of the screen there is a dark blue piece that's labeled GB1. That's the current zoning of those parcels, general business 1. Above that, on the screen is another little strip of land that's identified as changing from GB2 to GB. Currently, those parcels located in there are zoned general business 2, and they are proposed to be changed to general business. The intent of this entire ordinance is to take the current GB1 and GB2 zoning classifications and combine them into one general business zoning classification. So as you see on exhibit 1 in front of you, in the 412 area, this ordinance does just that. It takes the GB1 and the GB2 that are on the screen in the dark blue and light blue and changes them to GB. If you slide to the next exhibit, please, Dave. And there you see what it would look like, the red area along 412, that's Route 412, you can see on the right-hand side of that red line. That area located within the dark red lines with the red process would be changed from GB1 or GB2 to GB if this ordinance gets adopted. So that's the first zoning map change. In that location, 412, it is approximately 19.6.
Are you allowed to tell us what the difference is between DB1, DB2, and DB?
Well, they're all, what's going to happen with this ordinance if it gets adopted is it's all the regulations that were at one time GB1 or GB2 will now be changed to GB. The same regulations that GB had, correct, Brian? We didn't change, we just took GB2 properties and put them in GB with the GB regulations.
There are some revisions to that. In general, they try to follow the GB2 regulations, like there were some additions after looking at how it's city regulations and finding what the combination works on regulations like those. That's what Brittany.
Can I just do something first? Can I explain it first? We'll have council questions and answers, and then we'll open it up to the public. It's easier to understand that way, please. Okay, sorry, Steve, next screen. Alright, so this area of the township is, you see in white on the screen in front of you is Interstate 78. 378 runs along the red line, going up to the north towards Bethlehem, down to the south towards Upper Saucon Township. Again, on this map, there are areas that are currently zoned GB2, that would be changed to GB, and there's that one area in the upper right-hand portion, right-hand portion, changing from GB1 to GB. So these are all along 378. If you slide that up a little, safety, please. And then down at the bottom, you see there's a GB2, and those properties to the right that I explained earlier are not part of this map change, but those properties in light blue that are currently GB2 would also change to GB. So again, to the next slide. And the red cross-hatched area shows you along Route 378 that everything in the red cross-hatched area, if this ordinance gets adopted, would then be general business zoning designation. Except for those three that we identified as being not in. Okay, the next slide, please, David. This area that you see on the map in front of you is out along Interstate 78 and Easton Road. You can see the city of Bethlehem city line at the top. The property that you see in that long elongated triangular type portion is along Easton Road, and it's currently zoned R40. The proposal, if this ordinance would be adopted, next screen, please, would be to change those properties located in this area from the R40 designation to the LM designation, which is the light manufacturing zoning district. So those are the map changes in the three different areas of the township, the first being 412, the second being along the 378 corridor, and this would be out along Easton Road.
If I can ask, go back and show the map to make sure people realize that some of these other areas are not like these.
Well, my next thing was going to ask was going to be to ask counsel if anybody had any questions about the maps before I move on to the text.
Like, just for everybody, I went first. Hold on. Well, you have priority here, go right ahead.
Just want to do any questions on the maps? No, I'm good. All right, any questions on the maps?
Yeah, I just was hoping that, can you speak in the mic? Yes. All right, I'm sorry to keep my mic, all right? That's better. I was going to ask Hank to just one more time, please identify the difference between GB and GB1 and GB2. Is there any significant difference in terms of what those changes would be?
I don't believe there's any significant difference in terms of the uses that are permitted. The uses that are permitted in GB1 and GB2 will all be permitted in GB. So it's just a combination of those two districts. The GB2, which had a lot less acreage, I think, in the township originally than GB1, had the smaller or larger lot sizes, had smaller lot sizes. So all of the GB will now be similar so that all of your general business type uses or any proposed uses that come in that general business district will have similar regulations. But the types of uses are the same as that have existed in GB1 and GB2 since the beginning.
Thank you very much.
I don't have any questions. Tom, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Link, when you look at these maps, these are colored, they're very nicely colored, but as a resident, and I know me as a council person, it's so overwhelming, and you're like, oh my God, are they showing all of this area? I'm sure a lot of you, when you look at these maps, you weren't really sure that what was being done. So we can start at the first map again. Can you do that, please? property length from all of it, is that my understanding?
No, yeah, if that's the question, no, on this ordinance, no. When we get to 2023-02, there's more properties out there, but for this ordinance in particular, the dark blue and the light blue,
Right.
that weird L-shaped type piece, those are the only ones that are changing. And they're GB1 and GB2 now, and they'll be GB, so
Right.
if you live along there,
Okay, now the next one is again, you can keep on going, I guess, the next one. It would be the light blue area, which is was a mixture of both, so that. Go ahead, explain it.
The GB1 is, again, in the dark blue, and the light blue is the GB2. So there's a little piece up there.
If you're not living in that area, outside that area, it's not gonna affect you, it's only those properties. And what's next? So then, okay, so if I have questions linked for the language, the thing, do I say it now? I don't know, but what would you like me to ask? Okay, so, I know we've talked about the general business designation, combining them from many years, how many years back? 10 years ago, we were talking about doing this. My concern is the Eastern Road property. Is that served by water or sewer at the moment? No. Okay, so that's a big concern, and I know, a developer, and I'll just say his name, Hector, was here back in, 2020, and came before us and wanted us to do the same exact thing, we changed the zoning. He was buying up people's property at over market value, and, we listened. I think he came back twice. If you go back through the minutes, you'll find that Greystone Development. And we told him that he had concerns about the traffic, because we were getting concerns about traffic issues from across the street into that field, the Lehigh Valley number 7, whatever they're calling it, Justice Grill. So, I'm also concerned because where is the ball field located in that same area? Are we visiting? So it's further down then, right? Okay, so that's not included in this, I just want to make sure, because if we're setting like.
Oh, it's on there.
It's on there.
It's on there.
It's on there.
It's right there where the R40 is.
I don't play baseball, so I don't play baseball. I just want to know. Yep, it's on there. That's your report. Can you point to your report? I think that will drive. It's right about there, huh? Smack in the middle of this warehouse, of this, zoning change, which could allow warehouses, is this ball field. My problem is the warehouse is included in here. I'd like to know if it's possible, I know we have to have warehouses somewhere, and we do, we have it on Apple Road in the LN zone. So is there a way that we can call this, another LN2 or something, and take warehouses out? Because of the traffic issues that we have that aren't being addressed, there's no studies, I don't see a study on traffic. There's also a report. Right. And there's cemetery, like I said, to service a industrial area like this, you need water and sewer, public water and sewer, and where is that? Right there.
I have no idea if there's water or sewer out there or not, but.
There's
I read through the policy that we have for the time of the meeting. You're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to ask you these. So please be respectful, we're respectful towards you, please be respectful.
Excuse me, you think next time you could have a meeting somewhere else, there's 15 people in the hall, nobody can hear anything. Thank you for recording it, I'm gonna go home and watch it.
Do you want me to ask you a question?
Yes, I'm not finished.
The the answer to the first question is yes. You could make it an LM2 district. You don't have any other LM2 in Saucon Township, but that's a possibility, if that's what council wants to do. On the traffic study issue, traffic studies come in when developments come in. So if anybody proposes to develop it, and that's also when the discussion as to how they will serve the property with water and sewer takes place, if there's a development that's proposed. This zoning ordinance map change would change the map to allow for LM uses in that area. All the details about what will go there would come later.
I know at the last time, one of the last times we talked about this, Sandy, you were concerned about warehouse. I know you mentioned that.
I'm concerned about traffic,
And well,
whatever it is, whether it might be manufacturing or whatever, I was concerned about it. I also brought up the cemetery, I also brought up all field and the church, and that is a concern of mine. My also concern, because I looked at it very closely today when I was coming here, is that some of the houses, and everybody here who lives out there knows they're smashed right up against the I-78. I don't know what you can fit in there anyway, to be perfectly honest. It's hard, you know what I mean? It wouldn't fit any regulation, in my opinion. You can't go with it. It would not fit any of our current ordinances. What is it? That would be pre-existing, so there was nothing, you know what I mean?
right, and to follow up, with my concerns about the lack of, public water and sewer, I feel for everybody that lives there because you're dealing with across the street. I think the township should be a little bit more proactive and try to stand behind you and try to talk to the city about them and try to see if they can be better neighbors. Because when that development was approved back 20 years ago, I don't know, the township went and told the city that we did not want anybody coming off on Eastern Road. We wanted you to go on 412. That was where they had that massive, entrance, so that everything would go that way. Everybody's shaking their heads. You do remember that, because some people up here don't remember that, so they won't hear that. But I do, and, then all of a sudden, we started getting, City of Bethlehem, development plans that showed businesses coming out now on Eastern Road. And it was impacting Cherry Lane, and when the Saucon Valley Partnership was meeting, we, as a partnership with the school district, with the rural town, were concerned because of the traffic issues on Cherry Lane. So we, I don't know, I have Mark sign this, Barry placed it, that Jerry, 2016, did a transportation impact study review, and I don't have, there's other follow-up letters that I don't have, but, they also mentioned that, about the traffic. So we have a real big concern here with approving this and changing the zoning, in my opinion.
Well, on the other column, even though we have worked at putting signage on Van Hoffer Road, we all know that each other.
So, in fact, back to the traffic study, one of those other, I think there's five sites along the city property that exit out of or entrance of the ingress and egress, as they develop, and they were supposed to, like, the traffic, if they did another traffic study and it exceeded whatever the numbers are, they were supposed to, put a light in or something down that year. So I want to hear what the residents have to say about the GD. Are we gonna open it up to them, or are we gonna talk about the language? How are we gonna do that? One last little question, I want to know how we're gonna do this, and then I'll let you know when I'm done.
I'm going to give a brief explanation of the language,
Okay?
and then if anybody has any more questions here, we can go, and then we'll open up.
Okay.
So again, down to the text section, text revisions and proposed ordinance 2023-01. Basically, in summary, when we looked at the township staff, looked at the LM zoning district, it appeared that for the size of the properties that are on the screen that you see in front of you, that the probability was that there wouldn't be any very large structures there, so that the potential for more of a commercial type use might be good in that area. GB as well, so that the light manufacturing district is now kind of a combination of what used to be light manufacturing with a little bit of general business added into it to give property owners in the LM district more flexibility as to what they could or could not do with their property. And the additions were primarily adding uses from general business, correct, Brian, into the LM district? Yes. Yes. So that's basically the summary of the text changes as to how the LM district was kind of modified to try and promote more uses.
And Mr. President, may I ask?
Mark, any questions about the text?
No, I'm good.
All right, Sandy, any questions about the text?
Yeah, I'm curious about what Wednesday says, because you might be able to get some shops in there, that kind of thing, retail, small, independent, which would change it, but it, again, you're talking a few, because of, like, the parking and all that other stuff. So, I'm wondering if that would be something that you.
I think that's kind of what we tried to add in, Brian, right, with adding some GB uses into LM. And again, as this council knows, maybe not everybody in the audience knows, but these changes were suggested as part of the Saucon Township comprehensive plan in terms of trying to stimulate economic development in certain areas of the township, so. That.
Yeah, that helps, and I did, I'm just trying to clarify something.
Thanks, Sandy. And just so that I'm clear, the uses that are proposed here in the LM district, these are also subject to the township zoning and all the land development rules, right?
Absolutely.
And there's nothing that prevents the current uses of the land if we were to rezone this light manufacturing, correct? In other words, the folks that may have properties there that live on those properties, you continue to live there.
There's a house there today, there's a house there.
How many questions? Right. So,
Yes, so I think that we should look into not approving this tonight, take it, send it back to you guys, the administration, and look at it, get rid of things that's not gonna fit, and look at other areas that, that would increase our commercial development in that area and give a better market value to people that live there to sell their property, because of the lack of water and the lack of sewer and the traffic issue. So I'm not in favor of supporting the LM as written. The other ones, like I said, I want to hear everybody, I might change my mind. But for right now, and Link, the error that was made in the language, when I look at this, my eyes just go bonkers. Is there any way, is this like standard written form to write up an ordinance?
It's a catch-22. The less you write, the more people complain that they don't know what it means. The more you write, the more confusing.
Right.
That is how it is advertised in the.
I understand that is this line, but is there a way you could put it in like a bullet list or something, like to make it easier to understand?
I'm sure we could
I
break
think
that
in the.
title down into bullets, but I mean, you could, if you have it in Word, you can do it yourself. Just copy that out.
To make it easier for the residents, a lot of people can't take a PDF and use it into a Word document.
I was talking about you. For the audience, I mean, it is, unfortunately, sometimes you have to read stuff that isn't the easiest to read. It's not easy, I'll admit it's not easy to understand.
all right, Link, anything else?
I do not have any.
I don't think there are any other questions or comments from council, so I'll open up to the public who signed up in order on the signing sheet. So the first is, Kevin Riley Rice. Just identify yourself, please.
My name's Kevin, by the way. So I didn't see anything on any kind of environmental assessment or impact statement, even on anything that you guys have already built. I haven't found anything on how it's affecting us, pollution, water quality, anything like that. Are you gonna conduct anything like that?
So this is your opportunity for public comment. asking questions, this is your opportunity to comment. If you have information that you want council to consider with regard to what's before us, you're welcome.
You know, what about the cemetery? All fields and all that there included in.
The cemetery and the ball field would remain a cemetery and the ball field unless the owners of them decide to divest themselves of those properties. We own the ball field, right? I assume there's a church that owns the cemetery.
How is this gonna affect the environment that I live in? How is it going to affect my health? We didn't answer for that.
I don't think we could answer that question tonight because there's no use proposed for the property. It's just to change the zone.
Opening up the use.
The map would change to allow uses that are allowed in the LN district to go there, correct? But we don't know what they might be.
Thank you. All right, next is Joanne Mason. Joanne Mason.
My name's Joanne Nixon.
Coming up, the microphone closer, and you just identify yourself.
Pardon me?
Just identify yourself again. I heard you, but I don't.
My name is Joanne Mason, and I am a resident of the road. I have a few comments and a few questions. I don't know if you'll listen to my questions, but rezoning Eastern Road from residential to light manufacturing, what does that do to our property value? What does that do for us?
I meant to mention this earlier, and I forgot, but it doesn't change the assessed value of your property. Your the taxable value of your property is based on the use that's on your property, not what it's owned. Whether the rezoning increases or decreases the actual overall value of your property, I'm not a real estate expert. The concept is to allow different types of uses in that area because of what's across the street. I think this council heard over the past couple of years, some residents from out there asking for the zoning to be changed so that they could sell their property because they didn't want to live next to what was across the street. I don't pretend to know whether that's the majority of the people or not, but that was the purpose of this change.
Okay, so then the residents who came and asked for the change, if not everybody willing to sell, what happens to those who remain? Do they become landlocked? What happens? What happens if I live on one end of the road and there is another warehouse next to me, across the street from me, and I-78 behind me?
I mean, that is certainly a possibility that someone could buy enough of the lots that are around you to put up a structure of that size. That's a possibility.
I want to take warehouses out. Thank you for Karen, Stella. Thank you, Karen, about all. Tractor trailers. I have 18-wheelers turning around in my driveway, but I don't complain because we are a family out there. But you don't care about us. All you care about is the tax revenue that you're going to get from whoever buys that property. So, you know what? Shame on you for what you're doing to Eastern Road residents. That's all I have to say. My name is Janet Riley. Priscilla, thank you for caring about us out there. We are concerned about our water. We have all these warehouses there. We don't know what they're doing. We've taken all the land that we have, the animals, the open space. You're gonna turn it into a zoo. And where are all the other animals gonna go? Why do we need to have it rezoned? You're just rezoning it so you can put warehouses or apartment stores or whatever you wanna put there. So you're rezoning it for your benefit. So you can make more money and you don't care about the people who live
No barriers are put up, sound barriers. Oh, you don't need a sound barrier, they said. I'd like to invite all of you to come to my house and spend a night at my house as my windows shake, my house shakes. I invite you all to come in and have a nice, quiet night. Do any of you live near I-78? So you don't know what it's like. You don't know, we have a beautiful country and you're destroying it, and shame on you.
That's great.
My first comment is I just gave a PA system away to a friend who's a musician. I should have donated it to the township. It's not a question, but I'd like to reference something in one of the pages of the documentation. My name is Thomas Engelman. I live at 2338 Easton Road. We're right across from the UGI installations there. And we've been there since 1965 when I had the house built. So since that 78 has gone in, that disrupted the whole community there. And I have to tell you the truth, IGA has really not done any harm to us as far as noise or let's say, smoke, pollution or anything like that. The only thing I know is they have 2 million gallons of liquid natural gas in that one tank. So if that goes, I'll be probably saw through the Counsel in Quakertown. But I'd like to read something. I'd like to read something from. This is page 2 of the documents that came with the Massonet. And it's paragraph 5. So whereas the Council of Lower Saucon Township has determined that the adoption of this ordinance containing the described amendments to the zoning map and text of the zoning chapter of the code is in the best interest of the public health, safety, welfare, and citizens of Lower Saucon Township. I don't understand how my health and my safety and my welfare are improving. And that's a question, and I'd like to, I have a lot of other questions. I don't know if I can submit this to the council in writing sometime and get some kind of a response.
Well, sir, this matter is before us today. We may act upon it, we may not. So if you have questions to ask council or you have comments that you want to submit to us, we're willing to hear them and receive them from you. There's no guarantee that there will be another same answers, but there may be.
There's always a concern about the storage and the water supply there. We have private systems in our homes out there. And when Majestic or something, IGA bought that property and moved their equipment facility there, Bethlehem City brought water down across the street from us and ran down to Ringhopper Road. And I got in touch with the Bureau of Water in Bethlehem, and I said, is there any chance you can bring that water onto our property? Because that highway, Easton Road is really a state highway. I'm sure you know that. And whoever I spoke with, he said, yeah, we can do that, but you have to abandon your water, your well, you do that. And I said, what would the cost be? And they said, $85. I said, how can that be? They said, we shoot a torpedo under the road and bring it onto your property, and then you have to get a plumbing contractor to bring it into the house. Well, I had 2 quotes for a plumbing contractor, one from Adams Plumbing in Hellertown. He said $6,000 with 4 pages of stipulations, like if I see a groundhog, the price goes up, and crazy things like that, you know. And one from Lowry down in Harley's Road, they wanted $20,000. So we scrapped the idea at this point. But that's a concern, and all the things I've read in the other documentation talk about public served businesses that can possibly move into those zones now when they become light manufacturing. And without the water and storage, I can't imagine how that could be. So that's a big issue in my mind. Let me just. And what's the city of Bethlehem's involvement with any of this? You don't counsel, but you don't have any discussions with them or any kind of.
Just like they do with warehouse across the street, they didn't do all this or include us. Or any stuff on council.
Coming back to the tax.
They're not involved in case it's just simply receiving What'd you say, Tom? Okay.
The residents are just loving it.
All right, go ahead, sir.
With these changes, and if these areas expand, I don't know how many people live in that whole strip along Eastern Road. Is it 100, is it 50? When other businesses come in there, it could increase the population. What does that do to the police protection? The need for additional police protection and those types of services. And also in the documentation, they talk about possible fire protection buildings maybe and police and other government agencies. How does that property become acquired by those government agencies, the people that want to sell their property? Because when 78 went through, they came in with eminent, that.
Eminent domain.
Right, and many of us got taken on that whole deal. And I also know that there are at least 4 people along that road that have been approached and are thinking about, or maybe have already taken an offer to sell their homes. My question is, who's making the offer? Is it a developer? Is it a private individual? And we've been there for 57 years, my wife and I, and it's only the last couple of months that we're getting phone calls pretty regularly, people wanting to buy our property. And I don't discuss it with them, I just said it's not for sale. So is it a developer? I have no idea who it could possibly be. But it's concerning, What else would I think that's about it. I guess the only other thing would be, what's the tax impact for the lower Saucon Township? What about Saucon Valley School District? And what about the Northampton County? I'm talking about real estate tax. Do they go up sideways or down?
Well, I think as I tried to say earlier, the assessment value of the properties is based on what the use is. So if the use stays the same, it's the same size.
But I have a notion that, let's say everybody along there would sell their property, businesses would go in. The way I would think is that there's gonna be an increase in tax revenue coming into the township.
That would
So I don't know how motivating that is, but I question that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. What do you want?
Thank you.
My name is Gordon Beagle, I live on East Road, 233 East Road. That's my father-in-law. Next door. I'm not as smart as him, but I just would take a big. My first concern is, and we've only been here 10 years. We bought, my wife's grandmother's property there. And I'm not well-spoken, so to speak, but my question is, what are the changes as far as regulations to what I do? Okay, so the highway is one thing, whoever said about the good job because our house shakes so bad. We had them, we called them and the guy, did we? What did he say? Yeah. Okay, so the guy, we called them out there, of course, they didn't do anything. But my questions are, now we can burn when we're allowed to burn. Does that change? Now, I have guns, I have ranges on my property, does that change? What are the regulations that change is what I wanna know for that. And then the only other thing would be the traffic, because last 2 weeks ago, couldn't get through on Eastern Road because tractor trailer stuck on that bridge again. That bridge has been fixed, I don't know how many times, that's just money thrown away. So, there are all those issues that are already there. And not that this, I don't know what this change will do, but for me, I wanna know, in layman's terms, can I live the same way I've been living? That's all I wanna know.
The short answer to that is yes.
Okay?
All this does is change the zoning designation of that property that would allow you, if you wanted to do a use that's permitted in the LM district, to do that. But you wanna keep your house, keep your house. That's the way it works. As for the traffic impact, again, nobody ever knows what the traffic impacts will be until there's a proposed use that has traffic, associated with it. And then that's when you use traffic counts to figure out what the traffic
LBITHME. Is there any down? Okay, I'll move on. Next is Michael Yelovich. Michael Yelovich.
Hi, my name's Michael Roach. I live on 2306 Easton Road. I've been living there for 2 years. Easton Road is a beautiful road. Lines of trees down there. Now all the trees are dead. Nobody takes care of them. Nobody takes care of the trees here. They're falling down all the time. Somebody's gonna get killed. My car got hit once, threw the windshield out. And they're still doing it. A couple weeks ago, a tree went down. I guess they had the whole road blocked off to take care of it. Also, the tractor trailers, they don't know where to go sometimes to get into the industrial park. We went up the cul-de-sac, pulled the wires down, ripped 3 poles down, we were out power for a while. Same was down at the bridge, she's known about it several times. The other thing I wanna know is, are taxes gonna change down there? Changing it to not residential, plus if I wanna sell my house, is somebody gonna buy it because it ain't residential anymore?
I don't know who may or may not buy your house, but like I said before, that your tax assessment is based on the use of your property, not where it's zoned. So if the use of your property stays the same, then your assessment stays the same. If you knock your house down and build a house that's twice as big, then your assessment's gonna go up. It depends on how you use the property.
Well, my house already depreciated because of all that. If they're gonna build more, it's even gonna be less. It's gonna want.
Okay. Yeah, maybe somebody wants to build something else.
Well, somebody must know, because some people got offered rate. I think that's why this is going on, and they're changing it, because they know that people wanna build those.
Well, I mean, obviously, there are people that are interested in buying properties out there to do something, but
Is that why we're changing the zoning there?
the zoning change came about because over a period of years, there were many residents that came to this council meeting and said, we don't like living across the street from what's there now. Can you change the zoning so we could sell to somebody else?
So they must have offered something.
That might not be a majority of the people, but there were a decent amount of people in this room asking that question.
Well, not me, I didn't get offered, I don't wanna be stuck there, so if somebody's offered, they better buy them all. I mean, my house is like crazy.
This council and this township do not control who offers anybody what for their property. That's a private
They
issue.
just changed the zone because.
Again, because the concept was that people out there didn't want to live across the street from what's in the city of Bethel. So if they couldn't sell their houses, they couldn't sell their houses because nobody wanted to live there.
Right.
So I guess the zoning, you have the option of living there or selling your house to somebody who might want to do something else.
I don't know. Keep going with what's going on.
All right, next is Denise Van Buster. Denise Van Buster.
Hello, my name is Denise Van Buster. I live at 2268 Easton Road. I do not need this microphone because I have a big mouth. Ms. DeLeon, I appreciate you wanting to side with the people on Easton Road, but you were on a Zoom meeting with me with City of Bethlehem and several other residents on the road years ago. We complained about the noise. We complained about not being told what was going on over there. Nobody from the township, except for her, was on that meeting. We have had, and I'll go through it, trade, 9 PM, 2 AM, 5 AM, 11 PM, horns blowing, no cross traffic. It's an industrial park, okay? Screeching with the brick. Truck, air brake, speeding, loud exhaust, wrong way on the bridge, how many times? Backing up on the roadway. Pardo, which is across from me. Plastic pellets. The building was built backwards, so all the manufacturing parts are on our side. The office to enter is on the hillside. What brain did that? I have no clue. All hours, sometimes 3 shifts, 7 days a week. You're not able to open your windows, you can't be outside. I have a video of the sound of it, but I'm told I can't play it. My ears are ringing for the last year and a half from this noise. Okay? My doctor said there's nothing I can do until I can leave. .78 noise, louder every year. I can tell you there have been 6 people killed right behind my house. There's trucks that come down that hill off of 78, and their brakes are unbelievable. What are they called? J brakes? There's racing behind them, okay? And my property doesn't even go to 78. There is non-consideration of effects on our property values or quality of life in the industrial park across the street, or the park expansion, which included UGI, from Bethlehem. And nobody from our township has addressed it until now. Rezoning gives us the option and a choice, since we didn't get one when that park was put across the street. I've been there for 24 years. I thought that house was gonna be my forever home. I can't wait to get out. My property values have gone down. I have people that have come to look at my house and said, why would I want to live here with that going on? The only thing we had going for us was the Saucon Valley School District. That's questionable. Okay? So, as far as this rezoning goes, if you don't want to sell your house, but at least give us the option. Okay? Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Jennifer Sweat. I reside at 2280 Easton Road. I've been living there for about 30 years, and I'd ask that you delay your vote on the floor for several reasons. I am against the ordinance passing. I've lived in my home for 30 years. I've raised a family there. My home. I don't feel like we're getting any straight answers about who is behind this ordinance question. I've heard mention of my neighbors being in favor of it, and we've heard some, so it's true, but, we're not getting information. Someone also mentioned a little earlier that Owen Washington was being generating revenue. So, I'm not sure what the driving force is for the ordinance. Is it the township? Is it my neighbors? Any information would be great. I've reached out to, your right to know officer and asked for an application for the rezoning, and I was told there is no application in place. Is that the case?
Yeah, there's no application for rezoning, and I think it's as I tried to explain earlier, it's a combination of factors that over the years, there have been people, and Priscilla was right, there was a developer at one time who wanted to look at purchasing some of these properties. There were people who live out there who wanted the option of being able to sell their properties if they so chose to a developer to do something else. And when you look at the location of it, you have Route 78 on one side and the city of Bethlehem on the other side. It's sandwiched in the middle of not so friendly uses. So I think the concept was, would it make sense from a planning standpoint to put something along the light manufacturing, commercial type stuff in that location as opposed to keeping it residential, which doesn't seem to fit with what's in front of it or behind it.
According to township officials, what about the people who live there and whose homes are there?
That's what this public hearing is for, so that you can express your concerns and your opinion.
So it's very disheartening. When I further questioned Mr. Hudson about the information, he gave me vague information. I just
What information are you looking for?
I want to know specifically who is behind this.
There's no one behind it. A township every once in a while looks at its comprehensive plan. It also looks at its zoning map and its zoning map. And over the years, things change. Circumstances change and things change. Municipalities all across Pennsylvania change their comprehensive plans and their zoning ordinances all the time. There doesn't have to be one person that's asking for it or a group of persons that's asking for it. Sometimes it's the municipality on its own that says it doesn't make sense anymore, it should change.
If I could just add to that, I think it was 2 meetings ago, I brought up an article that was in the GSAT's newsletter, a booklet that we get on a monthly basis. One of the recommendations was to look at our comprehensive plan, look at our zoning and revisit it periodically, make sure that we're current on previously when, community company's plan enacted company's plan in 2020.
I believe, yeah.
I get a feeling that there's a lack of transparency with this council.
Please ask as many questions as you want, and I will answer them all. I'm being as transparent as we possibly can. It sounds like the answers aren't the ones that you are looking for.
My other concerns, like many of my neighbors, are the implications of our property values and any tax implications. I understand you don't know what the rebuilding will mean.
No, I said this a couple times already, that there are no tax assessment implications. Your tax assessment should not go up unless you change how you use your property. If you keep it the way it is, then it stays the way it is. If you add an addition on, then sometimes your taxes go up. If you knock it down and build a house that's twice as big, your taxes go up. If you sell it to somebody who puts a little Dunkin' Donuts in there, then the tax assessment on that property would be different than what it is now for your house.
And then my third concern, is the wildlife, effect. I mean, I understand that you're looking at changing over 200 acres over at the landfill and making that an area that will be collecting refuse. There's lots of animals in our neighborhood, and I just wonder, like, what's gonna happen to that? Beacon Road is rezoned. I feel confident several people will sell, and our neighborhood is going to be parking lots and concrete, and that's going to have a negative impact, obviously, on the animals. So just to close, I just request that you postpone tonight's vote and please give it further consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
I was really looking forward to Robert Glass for 25. I really looking forward to coming on up here and saying, I know you can't believe it, but I haven't gone. A couple of things that were said, and I have kind of brought things up to me.
Sir, I need you closer to my.
No problem. A month or two ago, I came in here and complained about the truck traffic going to the landfill, which is right around the corner from us. And asked if you would enact, or could you enact an ordinance locally so that our officers could find these trucks that are taking the unprescribed route, getting off 78, heading toward Trenton, if that's where they're going, they go right by Trenton and take all backwards over out. I followed one down Apple Butter the other day, and it was like the difference between a road runner and a coyote. And I was doing 40, and that guy just took off away from me like I was standing still. It's dangerous. Different people complain. It gets me that you have no problem going to approve a conditional land use permit in no time flat for the landfill. But when we as concerned citizens actually do something about the truck traffic, codify an ordinance, whatever it takes, whatever the language is, so that they can't do that. As far as I can tell, nothing's still done because they're still doing it. So to answer the fellow that asked on Easton Road about the truck traffic and what it would be like, well, it's not gonna get any better, I'll tell you that.
Please, you can't read the handwriting, Kath, there's an R, and then there's MCGONN. Kathy R. Montgomery.
My name is Kathy Mitchell McGovern, I live at 4260 Lower Saucon Road, Town, third generation. Like many things to say, first, this is the third time only for myself, I apologize. But I've sat here for hours knowing how this is gonna end up. I also know that there's gonna be another lawsuit against Lower Saucon Township, and that will be up to the spot. We will also spend more money on useless lawsuits that we could have used for the residents. Eastern Road breaks my heart. Eastern Road used to be beautiful. So the lady was shaking, I feel terrible for you. I think about you every day. When I was on the planning commission, we talked about putting a third lane in there. They were gonna do all of these, beautiful trees, they were gonna do this, that, and the other thing, so the trucks could go off to the side to pull into the industrial park. Never happened. Easton Road is an overburdened community. They have too much noise pollution, they have too much light pollution, they have too much traffic, too much diesel fuel. It's an overburdened community. Those people need our support. You should be telling them to call their own realtor to see if their property value is gonna change if they go from residential to light industrial. You can't have a shooting range in light industrial. That's just common sense. They need to call their realtor and ask the realtor what's gonna happen. Why you're picking on these people is beyond me. It's amazing to me. You have 2 empty shopping centers in Hellertown. You have an empty shopping center in 378. 378's been empty forever. It has taps, it has revolutions, it's just like a rolling circle. Put your money over there. Put your homes over there where they can just go right out and launch a 378. Leave these poor people alone. The amount of people in homes that you have disrupted since you've been on this council is appalling.
Trash can, 2290, I guess, my thought with, doing other people's comments on how the road has changed in the past 10, 20 years. And it did have a country feel 20 years ago. 78, you heard it, but it was somewhat quiet. This Bethlehem did what they did. I personally am at a point where if changing it will allow somebody to buy me out, then I'm for it. If I'm gonna have a warehouse in my business, and I'm not gonna get bought out, then I'm probably so if. And again, I would be in favor if everybody gets bought out, we can move to somewhere peaceful. But that's not in my hand. But I had something else. Thank you. Carol Riley Rice.
My name's Carol Riley Magus. I live at 2240 Riley Lane, right up the street from the church. I would just like to say that the baseball field's not owned by you. It's leased to you for 99 years. I'm not sure how many years are left on that lease. I'd also like to say that the ordinance where the trucks and the traffic come out onto Easton Road, right now the warehouse that is closest to Cherry Lane, there's a chain up there. I think that we need police to be there on a regular basis. There's a van that comes every morning and drops off a bunch of people to work there. The van picks them up in the afternoon. There's also cars that come out onto Easton Road that drive right next to the chain fence. I have photos of it. They're driving over the trees, over the dirt, because they don't want to drive to the area over in Bethel where they are supposed to come in and out of that new whatever is called over there. Also, I want to know what's going to happen with the church and the cemetery. There are 3 cemeteries. I sit on the board for the cemetery. There has been no notification. I was at the the church last night, and they had no idea that anything was going up in the building. There's also a school bus stop at the end of Mockingbird Hill, which is right across from the church. They have picnics and all kinds of things there. So now, we're gonna come out of church to go across the street to the Grove, and there's tractor trailers whizzing by there. The noise is outrageous. The tractor trailers, how long is it gonna take me to get home from work from Cherry Lane to my house? It's a mile. It can take up to 15 minutes just to get home because of the traffic. So I'm asking that you table this, you cancel it, you find somewhere else to put this stuff. I mean, if you want it next to your house, maybe you should do that, but I don't want it next to my house. I do not care what goes in there. The people live there. We have lived there all of our lives. That is all farmland that has been handed down generation to generation. You don't want to tell us what you want to put there. You want to put warehouses in there. You should come and live there. There are bright lights. There is loud noise. You can hear the music that the people are playing inside the warehouses at our house. Not only you can hear all the traffic on 17, the racing, like someone said, especially the motorcycles, and the brakes coming down the hill. So, if you are going to put stuff there, maybe you guys should come out and see what it's really like to be there before you go ahead and change the rest of everything that we have. That's all I have.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else that's, is there anybody else that has not signed in that wishes to speak on this, gentlemen? So if you can come forward, if there's anyone else, if you would identify yourself now, so we can, do another swearing in.
Okay, I have a question.
Do you wish to speak?
Yes,
So then, if you would just identify yourself for the record here.
Kelly Riley Wright.
Hold on a second. Gentlemen, so if you would identify yourself first, we just keep track of this.
Earl of Flam, 1433 Manor Drive.
Hold on a second, sir. Ma'am, what's your name, ma'am? You identify yourself.
Kelly Riley Wright.
Okay. So the two new witnesses that wish to speak will need to be sworn in, so you both can stand and be sworn by the court reporter.
Swear or affirm that the testimony about you.
Thank you for taking the questions today. Just a point of clarification, confirmation. The GB1 and the GB2, that's gonna go to the GB. In looking at it, the usage does not really change as far as the opportunities for what can go in there. For one thing, just for the people in this room where it does impact them, there is a change to the setbacks, and I would ask that that be acknowledged. Because that is important.
There's a difference in the two.
And Mr. Treadwell, if you could correct me if my interpretation is incorrect. So right now with the GB1, the setback is 50 feet, front, side, back. For a GB2, it's 30, 15, 30. With the GB, it goes to 25, 15, 30, regardless.
That's correct. The GB regulations are 25 front, 15 side, 25 rear.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that. Mr. President, just for point, if you could offer the same respect to your right side as you do your left side this evening, that would be appreciated.
Kelly Riley.
Never did I see it. My name is Kelly Riley Wright, and my main question is why does it have to be changed to light manufacturing? Why can't it be changed to general business? You know, like, why can't it be changed to what the other section of this is being changed to, if it's just for small business? Because light manufacturing, to me, changes it to put warehouses there. Whereas if you're gonna put a little coffee shop there, that's a little bit different than putting a 1,000,000 square foot warehouse in there. So
my question is, why can't it be zoned general maintenance, GM or G, whatever, instead of light manufacturing?
It could be. I mean, that's the decision that this council makes after having a public hearing and hearing all the discussion. It could be zoned GB, it could be zoned, the reason that we have these public hearings are so that people can come and express their opinion and then give their comments, and then council can make a decision as to what the most appropriate zoning designation for that area is.
So my question then is the final decision today then? Is that?
As you heard Mr. Banonis say earlier, it might be.
Okay.
I mean, once we close this hearing, then council's going to have the opportunity to vote on whether to adopt the ordinance or not. I don't know what's going to happen, but.
Okay, I just want to say, I'm all for small businesses, I'm just not for warehouses, so. That's a lot.
So the gentleman that spoke just before that, 25, 15, and 30 are the yard requirements. I think I read the LN yard requirements. The GB ones are 25, 15, and 30.
Yeah, thank you.
So maybe non-conforming then, people that.
You mean people that live on Easton Road now?
No, we're talking about the GB, whoever was up here.
Well, the GB is mostly along, yeah, but if somebody lives in the GB district and they are closer than one of those setbacks, then yes, they're not. Yeah. They don't have to do anything about it.
No, I know, unless they want to add on or do something, so. I want to ask a question of the audience. A lot of people here, I think, are concerned about the Easton Road rezoning. Is there anybody here, except the other person that they thought up to the GB, district, anybody here? So I think people are comfortable maybe with very expensive. With the changing of that on where it goes to 78, it's just like Easton Road was. And I would really, we think a motion during a public hearing.
No, I want to wrap up the hearing and then we'll take whatever action.
Because they really feel that the significant issue here. And I'd like to thank Kathy, because you were on the planning commission, and you do remember the city of Bethlehem sending us stuff. So I'm not making it up. Oh, no. There was a lot of discussion at the township. Yeah. COVID. So I guess what I'm hearing is a lot of things that administration needs to look at. And a meeting with the city should be set up, and, residents could be on that and work to. So what do you think, do like continue this discussion about? For the, yeah, so others, if we can vote separately to do that, we're gonna vote separately.
So I think this discussion is more appropriate after we close the hearing.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Right now, we're just taking evidence on this.
Actually, Dave, I have a question. How many homeowners live on Easton Road that are being, that's being rezoned or proposed to have housing? Is there 50, is there 75, is there 100?
I don't know that answer, and how many houses out there are occupied. I don't know the answer.
Yes, we don't have an answer yet.
An issue that came up before when we were talking about, the overall zoning for the township is, something that's called a substantive living challenge. And that is, if I understand it correctly, where, the developer can come in, seeking to use some part of the township and basically argue and file a lawsuit with the township that we do not provide enough space for certain permitted uses. So what we're proposing here is light manufacturing, and the only other part of the township that is zoned light manufacturing, I believe, is off of Applewater Road, adjacent to the land. Is that correct? That is correct. So, is the township at risk of a substantive validity challenge at some point? I'm not saying there's anything the township be challenged because of not having adequate or sufficient, and large enough light manufacturing areas to accommodate, the needs for, something which would be something.
I think that the answer to that question, unfortunately, is it depends. The light manufacturing district that exists in Lower Saucon Township now, which is out along the Applewater Road area, is not that large. And it's always a case-by-case basis as to whether the township has enough land area zoned for each type of use, that is common across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So if this ordinance were to pass and that strip that you see out on Eastern Road is changed to R40, it would make it less likely that someone could file a substantive validity challenge and say that we don't have enough, area zoned for that light manufacturer. I can't say it's gonna guarantee it one way or the other.
Because this will show good faith efforts to at least, try to increase the light manufacturing areas to accommodate.
Well, and it adds the amount of acreage that is zoned light manufacturing.
But that doesn't mean that we can't put small business in. That warehouses need to be taken out. And the light industrial, the light manufacturing, on Applewater Road, that's public sewer and public water. That's the ideal place to put it. And I recall when we had a planner that used to work with the township engineer, Judy, she always would say that we are balanced in our zoning district. And I know that was a big concern to council when we acquired Central Valley Park, because it was a developer that wanted to come in there and put, I don't know, condos, like a large number of condos, and, whatever district that was before the park, we were afraid that we were taking away that type of a zoning away from the net. And, it was very clear that it wasn't. So,
Well, I also remember, yeah, I do, and I remember a memo from Judy that said we needed to look at our zoning map because there was issues, we had issues with light industrial. So, yeah, I mean, it's been looked at before, and, you know, the world keeps changing. And if you don't change with it, then. So I'm not advocating for it one way or another, I'm explaining what it is. All right, well, before, if there's no other public comment on this specific work.
I'd like to speak.
I'd like to speak. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
I'm probably the oldest guy in this room. My name's David Landers, and I live at 21560 Road. I've lived there since 1979.
Sir, hold on. Sir, hold on. You have to be sworn in, okay? So the
Okay,
board is gonna swear you
I
in.
swear I'll do it.
All right, hold on one second. I think there's somebody else now who wants to talk as well. All right, so ma'am, I'd like you to stand up as well, and, you're gonna be sworn in, we'll take testimony from this tradition. And, first, gentlemen, anyone else going once, going twice? Three. All right, so identify yourself for the record, please.
My name's David Landers, I live at 21560 Road. I've lived there since 1979. I've seen the changes come and go. I lived there from nothing, steel was operating, and the coal works was operating. I know, it was daily on with kids when I moved there. So I've been around the Saucon Valley for some time. My next move from my home on Saucon Valley Road is gonna be to the Furley Gate. So, the worst thing you can do is make that a light manufacturing strip of land. The worst thing you do. You got, along that road, you got the cemeteries, got a church, the one building across from the church, that's a historical building. And we have time when they was gonna put the warehouses in, they said that there would not be any trucks exiting on the Eastern Road or entering on Eastern Road. But that's a lie. They're doing it now. Time you put a stop to it, that's one of the things you can stop. I tell you now. The other thing is that if you put a couple small businesses in there, a light manufacturing in there, you know you're gonna have more traffic. That road cannot even support the traffic that's taken now. I turn around to get out of my driveway. I used to be able to back out of it. I look up and down the road in about 2 seconds I'm out of my driveway. Now, sometimes it takes 5 or 6 minutes just to get out of my driveway. So the worst thing you can do is make that a light manufacturing. I understand these people who would like to sell their house. I've never seen a house there that went up for sale that didn't sell pretty quickly on that stretch of road in all the years I'm there. And I know that some of the older people have died off, and some new people have moved in, and I know what they're going through with trucks. I hear them every day. But they come down through there at speed. I'm telling you, I'm actually a half a mile from Cherry Lane. And by the time the truck hits me where I'm living, they're doing 60 miles an hour. Some of them. They do put their Jake brakes on. I understand the police is busy. I support the police 100%. But the thing you're trying to do here is wrong. Represent the people of Lord Saucon as people of Lord Saucon, not as a taxpayer, not as someone that, it doesn't matter. But I'm telling you, the wrong thing to do is make that light manufacturing. And if you want to do that, I'm gonna tell you, I'll hold out on my land. I won't sell it no matter what. You know, and I think everybody else should do that here too. And that way, we can control the whole thing. No matter who comes, we protest against it. No matter who wants to buy, we protest against it. No matter who wants to move into that area, the light manufacturer, we protest against it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir.
Name is Donna Belton, I live at 2314 Eastern Road.
Now, I need to close the microphone, okay? Thank you.
I've lived there for 74 years. My parents built my house. I helped at 5 years old to build that house. With hammer and nail. Now, last session, you said the township is low on the LM properties you need to, or something or other. Are you just sacrificing us on Eastern Road to accommodate you to have enough of the LM district? If that's the case, shame on you, because I want to live in my house. I lived in, when I was born, I was married, and spent 50 years with my husband on that property, and I intend to stay there.
Thank you, ma'am. So we got that place, please.
My name is Frank Sweat. I live at 2280 Easton Road. So I just wanted to ask, the other gentleman had asked about the setback changes. That was a concern of mine. If we're going from R40 to LM, what is the setback change? Because as of right now, it's like 50 feet altogether, 20 on one side.
The other gentleman was talking about the DG district, so in the L.
Are you gonna be able to put a warehouse right up against my property, or 5 feet off it, or how close would that be?
In the LM district, the front yard minimum setback is 25 feet, the side yard is 15, and the rear yard is 25.
15.
15 is the side yard.
And what is the back?
That's 25.
25. Everybody realizes that's that's like majorly different from where we're at now. Especially if it's a commercial building, which is at that time. I believe it is 50 total, 20 on one side, 30 on the other, but it has to equal 50 altogether. And, so just in the R40, I believe that is how it is, but maybe you don't know for the time that exact number, or maybe you got that information. I don't have a problem. Like you got stuff that LNM and D&D. Okay. Well, I just read it on work. Okay. I don't have your business. Okay. Anyway, so backing up what the other gentleman said, I've lived here since 1988, and somewhere around there. These houses sell all the time. So if you're unhappy in your house, sell it. It's going to sell. The only problem is that you've given somebody, or you've decided that you possibly change it to an L&M area or LM area. So now people have found it desirable to purchase these properties, but they're stringing people along. They're giving them ideas of money up front above and beyond what they're going to get. They're also giving them offers, but the contracts they're offering are unending contracts. So if you sign with this developer, you better make sure there's an end date on your contract. Otherwise, you're going to be drug along forever, and you will be locked in. You will never be able to sell. So I personally feel that changing this area from R40 to LM is a terrible idea. And you want to do it to appease developers from outside this residence. But what about the people that live there and are paying the taxes and are happy there? We're happy there. We have no desire to sell. We have no desire to move. It's a great location. Yeah, it's noisy. Yeah, it's a little slower on the road now with trucks, and more trucks would make it worse. So, so how would you like if we come along and rezone your neighborhood?
Yeah.
I think your neighborhood might be a great LM area. I don't know where you live, but maybe we should look at your neighborhood. This is our neighborhood, and like you said, we've all become like a family on that road. And changing this is gonna destroy that. You're gonna take a nice residential area and make it more business. That's all. Thank you.
I have a couple more things. I just wanted to point out, before we close the hearing, that we did receive the township business today. Letter from the LVPC, the Valley Planning Commission, dated February 24th, 2023, that basically said that the proposed amendments were consistent with the LVPC's overall plan. I also wanted to point out that the ordinance was advertised. We have 3 affidavits prepared by the township manager. One is an affidavit of legal advertisement, that states that when the ad was, run in the newspaper, the express times on March 3rd and March 13th. There's an affidavit of property posting that states the properties were posted and there are pictures. There's also an affidavit of mailing that states that the, proposed notice and the advertisement were mailed along with the map one to the property owners, the people who own property within the areas proposed to rezone and dispose of it. That's it. Other than that, those are all part of it. I don't have anything else.
All right, that seems to conclude the hearing. I'll make a motion to conclude the public hearing of potential adoption of ordinance 2023-01, the amended zoning law section 378-412, Mr. Roach. Second. I'll second.
Ms. Leon, how you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote? Yes. Motion passes.
Before, council
Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so, we'll do this orderly. Mark, do you have any questions or comments before we make a motion with regard to, ordinance number 2023-01?
No, I'm good.
Sandy?
No, actually, are we doing all three at the same time?
It's a single ordinance with all three.
The ordinance as written, and what's in front of you tonight would change all the areas shown. Yes.
Actually, I would really like to pull out the road one and have a discussion about it here. The other two I'm fine with, but that's just my own, I think we need to look at, the LN and better understanding it.
I don't have any questions. Tom, do you have any questions or comments?
No.
Okay, so,
Yes, we get a planning commission letter, should that have been ready for that?
We get letters or memos, Mark? Yeah, there's a memo from the planning commission that they recommended approval of both of them.
We have copies of it.
Okay, we're checking, and, I was understanding that, and I started off by saying this, and, like I started off saying this, started in 2020, when the sector came, to try to say the same out loud. He came and wanted to make offers and buy people's houses, and, offered them a little bit above market value, and he said he's happy, and said, well, now I come back with a plan for truck traffic, traffic, and he never came back until this got on the agenda now. So, I really feel like with Sandy that, we should pull the Eastern Road out, and we can tell us how we can vote, make a motion, I'll make a motion to do that, but I'm not sure how to do it.
well, I'm gonna propose that we make a motion with regard to the ordinance as written. It passes, it passes, it doesn't pass. All right, so I'll make a motion, to adopt ordinance 2023-01 to amend the zoning map from section 378-412 east to the other areas.
And my understanding is correct, this is the three of them, maybe the 412, the 378, and the Eastern.
Currently is written.
Yeah.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote? Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote? Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, I'm gathering that there are a number of people that are here, simply for that hearing, and that they want to adjourn at this point. If that's the case, I'm gonna suggest we take a 5-minute recess to allow those individuals to meet, if so choose. I would ask that, if you are leaving, you leave in an orderly manner, and, recess for 5 minutes. You can leave at 7.
Good job. Bye-bye.
Well, I get everybody to come down my.
I know, it was so hot for me today. I went home, it was hot for 10 minutes. I ordered yeah, Dennis is the developer. Oh, okay. All right, and, yeah, and if you want to talk about my work, that's picking up at what time? Yeah, I work in amazing, right? Yeah, keep the money there, okay, once you drop them off there, I'll make them for yourself. So, because I'm not gonna remember now. I can send her a text, yeah, tell her that the text, okay, that's good. Yeah. Right. Okay, thanks. Now a little bit of air coming in.
vote? Opening the hearing, sir. Mr. Ingles, how do you vote?
He's not even here.
Yes.
Mr. Yerger, how do you vote? Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 abstention.
Thank you.
Before I explain the substance of the use of color. This is ordinance number proposed ordinance 2023-02. And as with the previous ordinance, 2023-01, there is a letter from the LEP to the Planning Commission dated February 24th, 2023, that is basically the same letter. They reviewed both ordinances in one letter, and again, found them to be consistent with the Lehigh Valley Comp Plan. The Planning Commission also goes up, planning.
So the record, like the marking is,
The Lower Saucon Township Planning Commission also recommends the adoption of this ordinance. And again, the township manager has prepared an affidavit of legal advertisement that states it was advertised in the Express Times on March 3rd, March 13th. An affidavit of property owner mailing that states that it was mailed to the property owners who reside and own property in the area proposed to be rezoned, and that mailing took place on February 17th. And then an affidavit of property posting that the properties were posted on March 6th and March 7th in areas determined to be, along with pictures of where they were posted in areas determined to be sufficient to notify people of this year. So those are just house cleaning items. Moving on to the substance of ordinance 2023-02. Again,
Sorry, did you say advertisement in the newspaper?
I did, yeah. I think. Well, if I didn't, it was advertised in the newspaper, I'm sure. So again, this is ordinance 2023-02. This is another different amendment to the zoning map. All of these properties are located in the 412 area. There are no text amendments with this ordinance. It's purely a zoning map change, so we can go straight to the map. And thank you, Stacy. As you see in front of you on this map, there are various different areas that are proposed to be changed from what they are currently designated from a zoning perspective to GB. And as we discussed previously, the GB zoning district that was part of the last ordinance that was adopted, these properties would now be changed out in the 412 area to GB. The first area is up in the top left. You see it says area changing from R80 to GB. That's that small, uncolored white area where the arrow is pointing as approximately 2.5 acres. Again, it's R80 now, and it would change to GB. Down at the bottom of the left-hand side, there's an area that's shown where the arrows are pointing, changing from R40 to GB, and that's approximately 31.53 acres total. So you can see those on the screen in front of you. Above where GB is now, there's an area R40 that would be changed to GB, and below where the GB1 is now, there's an area that would be changed to GB. On the right-hand side, the first from the bottom going up, the first area is a yellow triangular type piece that you see in the center of the screen. That is currently zoned R12, and this ordinance proposes to change it to GB. The dark line that goes down the middle between the R12 and the GB is Route 412, so you know that that's now on both sides of 412 would be GB. Moving up from the bottom is the GB1 to GB, again, as we talked about before, that's 15.96 acres. The next area is the GB2 to GB, which is 3.70 acres, also part of the previous ordinance that was adopted. The next area is the mobile home, what's zoned mobile home, which is that turquoise kind of blue color. That is proposed to be changed from mobile home the R12 to the right of it, the yellow color, so that turquoisey color would go to yellow. And then there's the area, this black square within the turquoise at the top of the page that would be changed from mobile home to general business, and that's approximately 7.18 acres. So if you slide up to the next exhibit, please, Stacy. This exhibit shows what that area would look like in terms of zoning if this ordinance were to be adopted. So the area in the red, the grayish undercolor and the red crosshatch, that's the entire GB area that would now be created out along the 412 corridor. So on both sides of 412, the properties that front would be zoned general business. The R12 to the right was the area that I discussed previously, used to be mobile home park district, now changing to R12 to match the R12 yellow to the right. So that is the extent of the map changes in this ordinance, proposed map changes. And again, there are no text changes in this ordinance, so it's solely whether or not council wants to change the map in the way that I just described. So the first thing would be, council have any questions or comments, then we can talk about it.
So explain the difference between the one we just voted on.
Go back a second, please, to the exhibit 1. The one we just voted on, you see where it says GB1 in purple, and then the light blue little stem, I'll call it, that goes up from there. Those, the ordinance that you just adopted changed those to GB. Right, so this is acknowledging that those changed to GB. From GB1 and GB2, they're now GB. That's the only thing that happened in the proposed ordinance and the previous ordinance in the 412 area. The other changes happened on 378 and now out on East Road. This ordinance here acknowledges that GB1 and GB2 went to GB and then changes some of the R40 to GB, some of the R80 to GB, some of the R12 to GB, as I just described, each of those color blocks, and also changes some of the mobile home to GB and some of the mobile home to R12.
So what is the separation ordinance?
I thought, we as a staff thought it would be less complicated than trying to do them all at once. So if you slide up again, please, Stacy. That, again, what you see in front of you on the screen is what it would look like if this ordinance were to be adopted.
Can you give me additional comments regarding the master request?
I do not.
All right, Mark, any questions? Comments?
No.
Andy?
No.
I asked earlier with regard to the other zoning link, with regard to anything that takes place, any development takes place within this proposed rezoned area, that would still be subject to all the township zoning, all the township plan development approvals, right?
Yes, all the map change would do is to allow, certain uses that are permitted in GB to be proposed on the areas that you see now there as GB. Any land development or any other type of application needs to be done before the township showing what it is that they want to do that's going to comply with the other township code.
There's nothing in here that would prohibit the current uses of the properties within this area, right?
Correct, there is not.
And, I know a number of residents asked questions in the first hearing. What we're proposing here will not make any changes to the taxes as long as we continue using properties consistent with the current use. Obviously, if they're in a pool or go to their house or do something different, that would affect the tax. Correct. So, Tom?
Actually, I have a quick question. Right now on Reading Drive, there's a junkyard. Am I to be understanding that right now it's zone R40?
Okay, let's state it. That's the previous map.
And we're basically now just changing that
now zoned, that is currently zoned R40, and if this ordinance gets adopted, it would be zoned GD.
Okay.
So I don't have a question.
And just so I'm clear, properties that are within this area that are being proposed are currently being used inconsistently with what's zone. I understand that there's a nursing home, there's a junkyard, there's a giant shopping center, there is a garage or some other, facility down the corner, Baptist Church Road, correct?
There are some properties that are being used in ways other than what the current zone. I can't say all.
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Yeah, there are some.
All right, so I will open it up, there are a number of people who signed up on the sign-in sheet for ordinance number 2023-02. All of those who signed in, I can read off the names for the reminder: Paul Sell, Craig Hay, David Becker, Christina Zigatruz, Kevin Jordan, Ron Arnold, Julius Schering, and Matt Conley. If you would all stand up and be sworn in.
Can I add my name to that list, sir, so we can knock this out now?
Sure.
Britt Ash. Brittash, 1917 Leafville Road.
You say it again, sir.
Yeah, Britt Ash, Brittash, 1917 Leafville Road.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Anyone else?
Stacy Mazemski,
Okay, please spell it.
MISBENSKI.
Okay. All those who will be testifying, please stand and report a vote, swear in.
I do.
All right, first up is Paul Sell.
My name is Paul Sell. I live at 1985 Pearson Avenue. I bought it back in like 1982 from Guy Lesser, chief of police. I put a new home up and everything. I'll go with the plan, whatever you guys want to do. But you should listen to us, what we would like to do. We finally got a road up there. We didn't have a road. We got water. We got sewer lines going up the street, but we can't hook in. We have a pump station down at the end of my road that the Giant pumps over, and they pump that out all the time. Traffic is horrendous. You can't make a right off our road and go down to the intersection of 412 to make a left because you're afraid you're gonna get killed. People are coming down the road from Lightsville, coming into town, all hours of the night, jake breaks. Where's the signs for not, brake retarders not to be used? The police should have that there, and sometimes the police are sitting down there, and that's all good and dandy. But if they don't go out and get them and tell them they're not supposed to be using their brake retarders coming into Hellertown. Traffic light. We need a traffic light. We're right across from Meadows Road. We can't use Meadows Road because of the bridge, but, you know, up where Giant is, where that traffic light is, if they would only put a road going straight across over to Spring Downhill Road, I could have came down, made a left, went up, made a right, and came right out to the traffic light and waited, and then drove down the road. And not be afraid to get killed. Then I find out through the grapevine that they're wanting to put a mini mall across from Giant.
Sir, who told you that?
There's people that talk, but that's why you're buying all that land there, so you can put more stuff. We're not buying the land, you're rezoning it so that people can do that.
I have never heard one person say anything about a mini mall in that area in 20 years. Not one person. So if that is in fact the case, then somebody out there has a lot more information than I.
Well, and then, you know, when are we gonna get the septic hooked up?
So that is the address with the water authority, we're not the water authority, so you have to go to the open next door. The gentleman who's the director of the water authority is Roach. You have to have a conversation with him as to what the water authority is doing in terms of
we've been living there for 15 years.
We can't help you with that, sir. We're not the water, we're not the sewer.
You don't want that.
No, I can't help you with that, because we're not in control over it. It's an independent party that controls the water and sewer in the township. So we cannot dictate what they do, we have to take the concerns of that.
Can you do anything about the Jake breaks and stuff and the trucks coming in real fast?
That's your fourth which is a state road, it's not road, and it's not a township owner control road, so that's an issue you have to take out and figure out because their road. We don't own it, we don't control it.
So it sounds like you really don't care about it, you just want to
I don't care about it. I'm not asking about it. I have no control over it.
I was in the military 25 years, I know how they pass the buck.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Thanks for not listening.
Okay. All right, next is Craig Hay. Craig Hay.
My name is Craig B. Hay. I live at 1980 Springtown Hill Road. I also live in the Bermuda Triangle, which you guys don't want to talk about. The following is a legal disclaimer. Anything said by myself that is not an obvious and/or provable fact may be considered my opinion. Last time I looked, I still am allowed to have one of them. Unfaithful servants, and those few who actually care. Much obliged for your campaign of lies, omissions, disinformation, misdirection, propaganda, and chicanery. So what's going on? The direct and indirect benefits to moneyed interests outside our community are obvious. I will repeat that. Interests outside our community. The benefit to those who lord over our future is there if you care to look. And what is not clear, and what we all want to know, is what's in it for us. Higher taxes, increased vehicular traffic, increased accidents and roadkill, future runoff into the Saucon Creek, excessive traffic and noise at all hours, more litter, worse roadways. I can go on all night. What a deal. We're all residents of Hellertown Park. Hellertown Park must be on the wrong side of 412. Living here, we see sewage repeatedly promised. Millions of taxpayer dollars wasted on nowhere studies and zero sewage. When Giants money came calling, there was zero infrastructure from them either. But money talks, and LSD springs to action, providing a holding tank at the intersection of 412 and Springtown Hill Road behind the cyclo fence. And it's for Giants crap. Money talks, citizens balk. To the present, money comes calling again. Moneyed interests outside our community trump those of the citizen taxpayer, who is your boss. Follow the money. We've been here since the beginning, but remain denied. This was, this is, and this must remain our community. It is not your empire. Hellertown Park has zero value in the minds and plans of the powers that be. We are pawns holding up your future. Hellertown Park has lost all credible ties, severed by our own governmental body. Hellertown Park has the right. Hellertown Park has the ability, and Hellertown Park has the precedent to secede from said township. We appeal to the County of Northampton to hear our pleas. Our community would then benefit from the protection of the county ending a reign of tyranny. Money is talking again. Citizens will be walking next. Today it's us, tomorrow maybe you. Short term, You possess the power to seal our fate. Long-term, we possess the power to seal yours. As this body acts tonight, you shall seal your own fate with judgment waiting in the wings. Everyone is watching. Everyone is watching you. Disrespectfully, yours, Frank B. A.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next is Christina Zigathus. Christina Zigathus.
My name is Christina Zigathus. I live at 2000 Street, Town. Mobile home park, you guys want to flag up. My question is, you've been providing sewer for years now. Now, they have holding tanks down right near I live, near the Giant. That's all for the Giant, okay? Now, we had our septic pumped this year, right? We were told by Bethlehem Sewage, there is no room for any more expansion, okay? So what are you going, yes. So what is Lower Saucon gonna do? Build their own treatment plant? So, I'll put that to you. You're forced us to take water. We have water, but it's substandard at that. It's just black goo that comes out on your faucet. So, what are you gonna do? Have our sewage leaking in the street? Go back to medieval times? Your choice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kevin Jordan. Kevin Jordan.
Hello, my name is Kevin Jordan. I live at 1984 Springtown Hill Road. Like many of these people said, the traffic, everything else, the road's a freaking parking lot for rush hour. Where are you gonna put more traffic? And pretty much what everybody else said, but the other concern now came up when you said the GP change, they could be 15 feet off the dot. Well, that would put them 40 feet from my house. I have a small yard, there's only 20 feet back to one part of my corner yard, non-conforming property. So if you gave them whatever you just said, they're 40 feet off my house. So I'll have a brick wall going up there, 3 stories tall. I don't think that's right. Do you? No, you don't, sir.
What kind of building are you talking about?
Whatever they can put in over, from what I heard, Janet Keck, the person with the, bike is in an agreement already for like 2 years. The guy that lives across from Giant with the stoplight, he's in agreement with, I don't know what company, probably the one that sent us a letter before, there's a letter that sent out last year proposing stuff that I got mailed. And they, basically, they needed that property next, they needed that stoplight. And once they already got it, it just goes through, they're putting it in. Greg, do you have that paper maybe with you? The one that came last year?
May I respond, sir?
Sir, it's your opportunity to address council, not that conversation.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was trying to get the paper if you had to show her. But, I mean, they have conversations, there's something already planned to go in there. You don't know what it is, but why would they buy 5 acres? You need 5 acres to build it.
Yeah, the authority, the Lower Saucon Township Authority, which is the provider of water and sewer in Lower Saucon Township, not the council, has a plan for a property located out in this area to move the current pump station to that property. I don't know whether that affects what some of these residents have discussed regarding their sewer, and I don't know who promised them sewer, but.
I remember years ago, we did studies on.
Yeah, of course, that's all I want to put the water.
Well, but I'm sure that there is capacity in the Lower Saucon sewer lines, I just don't know how close is out there, that's a question for the Lower Saucon Park.
I found the letter now, this is from Keystone Consultants, from Nanette Tech, it was written, this letter is to inform you that Nanette Tech filed a subdivision application for property located at 17 Pleasant Road, Lower Saucon, comprising of 7.3 acres, identified as tax map, partial R7-11-2, the legal owner. The plan proposes a subdivision to create 2 lots, the 2.5-acre lot will contain existing dwelling and other structures, and the 4-acre lot to be developed in the future. The sewage disposal needs and water supply from this subdivision shall be on lot facilities. And this copy is available at Lower Saucon Township.
Yeah, the letter, sir. What is the date of the letter? You can show it, sir. So you are showing this one beginning of
It's, March 15th, 2022.
That's a subdivision plan that there was big.
Yeah, they're buying 5 acres to build.
I don't know if anybody bought it or not.
I talked to the guy that has the house by the stoplight. He said, he's been under contract 2 years to sell if this goes through. So if you can't put 2 and 2 together, you know, we're gonna be mad.
Obviously, the idea and what was involved in the Lower Saucon Township comprehensive plan was the idea was to encourage economic development along the 412 corridor.
I understand some of that, but then my other problem is with that new GD, you're only gonna have a 15 side yard, that ain't right, it went from 50 to 15, can you change that at least?
That's a minimum side yard, yeah, and any plan would have to come before this council.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do, just rubber stamp it? Cause they're gonna use every ounce of land they can get their hands on. You know they will.
When the plan comes before the plan commission and the council.
Well, I'll guarantee you within 6 months, you're gonna have a plan in front of you, or less, it might come tomorrow, as soon as you advertise. Yeah, probably know about it too, I know about it from that.
All right, thank you, sir. Next is Ron Otto. All right, I'll move on. Julius Schlerin. All right, I'll move on. Matt Conley. I'll move on. Britt Ash.
Yes. Good evening, everybody, tonight. My name's Britt Ash. I live at the tip of the spear, right there, on the R12 map. You can see a little quarter piece across from the old cemetery, Mount Pleasant Road. I back up to, see it right there, that little quarter triangle piece. Right there, that's my property. Mount Pleasant Road. We already have so much traffic coming off 412 down that road. It's a one-way road. For people that come off, there's no exit on Hollingsville Road. If we change it to general business district, and I know the Buffalo Farm sold, 2 days ago, so, and I know the person that owns the property across from the light also is under contract. So once they start developing this, how many people are gonna be coming down Mount Pleasant Road and cutting through my property now? I mean, I have 30 cars a day cut through my property already. How many more are we gonna have when we bring in another business across from Giant? Another, you know, are they gonna buy up the whole triangle, the Bermuda Triangle, as my neighbor so eloquently spoke? What are we gonna do here? Like, my house is non-conforming. I'm 12 feet from the road, from Mount Pleasant Road. Who's gonna buy that? What kind of general business we have? We have no plumbing, we have no sewage, we got no water. But the Giants got it. I'm confused as to where these people, where the traffic pattern is gonna lie. What are we gonna do with this? I know you say, hey, you're allowed to keep your house as it is, but when all my neighbors start selling and I'm at that little tip that doesn't sell, what do I got left? That's how I feel, guys. I know that, progress, is gonna move through us. I just think that we need a little more time to study this. We have people from out of town with deep pockets coming here, want to invest in Hellertown or Lower Saucon Township, whatever you want to call it. These people don't have our best interest in mind. They have theirs. I hope you got our best interest in mind. Thank you.
Sir, let me ask you a question.
Yep.
You said on a daily basis, there are 30 vehicles that cut across your private property.
Absolutely.
There's they're trespassing your property.
Well, they come down Mount Pleasant Road, okay, towards, Whitesville, and, they can't, there's no exits, you know, it says, you know, do not go on Whitesville Road from there, you know, in front of the cemetery. So these people come around, turn around the cemetery, come back on, get back on the 412 right through my driveway.
So that would be 210 vehicles a week. Have you contacted the police?
Absolutely, we talked to the police years ago. Nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna change, but people are constantly pulling through that area because they can't go out back. They come down the road to go out on the Lightsville Road, 412, but they're not allowed to exit that way. So they turn around to the cemetery parking lot, come right through, and hit right through my parking, right through my driveway. I got 12-year-old kids. You know, I mean, I've never complained, but I just think that when we have more cars coming, when we have more development there, what's gonna happen? I mean, my house is gonna become a thoroughfare for these cars.
Thank you, sir.
Block the driveway.
Appreciate you taking the time to hear.
Thank you. Andrea Witchin. I would like to just expand on a comment made earlier, because a number of people have asked the question, what will happen to the value of my house when any of these zoning changes be coming? Mr. Treadwell has given you an answer, but he didn't answer your question. You asked what happens to the value of your house, meaning the market value. What can you sell it for? But he's given you an answer as to what would your taxes be. And what he's saying is that it would not change the assessment of your house. The assessment is only a number to determine how much you owe in taxes. It has absolutely nothing to do with what the market value of your house is. So you have now heard him several times this evening completely sidestep the question of what will happen to the market value of your house. And yes, it's true, as a finance person, I know that it could go up if somebody wants it for commercial usage and they don't care, or it could go down if nobody wants it for commercial usage and nobody's willing to buy it as a house. So nobody knows for sure, but you only got an answer to a question you didn't ask. Thank you.
I would like to respond to that, because there were numerous questions about what happens to my taxes, will my taxes go up? And that is the response that I gave about the assessed value. As far as this, let me finish, please. As far as what the fair market value, what will happen to the fair market value of somebody's house in a rezoning, nobody knows that.
I will be happy to play this tape back. And if you hear what you are answering.
Just want to respond to it. You were saying something? Yeah.
When people feel their assessed values go up, one thing the appeals board does is look at the market value for comparable sales of properties located near the center. So anybody who appeals their assessment and is lowered or increased, rarely increased, it's usually lowered, it is a base.
have affordable housing somewhere? Is that right? Because this map is awfully pink and gray. I don't see many mobile homes. Do we have another mobile home section in our township? No. So, did that ever happen because we needed a comprehensive plan that indicated affordable housing somewhere?
I don't know how it got there. It's been there for.
Well, it got there for a reason, I'm sure.
Zoning map was adopted.
So here's the thing. If you're concerned about your map being consistent with current standards, and Allentown, Bethel, and Easton has to have this huge array of affordable housing and showing how they make it and how they process their justification for it, you just wanna kind of do it away. Go bye-bye.
Or there are various zoning districts in Lower Saucon Township where you can do affordable housing and high density housing.
But how did you get mobile home? Where did that come from?
I don't know. I told you,
So-
it was probably there in 1971 though.
So did it get abolished from the comprehensive plan of Lehigh Valley? Like, I know there's mobile home park, there's one in Bethlehem Township. There has to be some reason why it started there.
Well, probably at the time, the township determined that that was a good place for a mobile home park to be located.
Okay, but you could have just made it rural and say there's a place where you could have affordable housing.
Well, but if it's rural, you can do them on a density that you could do, but the MH district did was provide more density. Houses much closer together.
Okay,
than in rural where you might have to have 1 or 2 acre lots to build a house.
so what is the definition for mobile home?
What is the, I think the definition for mobile home actually in the vehicle code, but I can't cite it.
No, I mean, in your zoning, you have regs for general, you've got regs for like business. What's your reg for mobile home? How is that classified?
Well, I would have to get the book and read the entire thing, but
But
the
here's
idea.
the thing, you don't know it, but you don't know it, yet, at the same time,
The mobile home zoning districts, when we did that at the staff level, we determined that R12 was provided enough density for anybody that wanted to do that type of development. So it doesn't matter whether it's MH or R12. Are you suggesting that you want it to stay MH?
what I'm saying is, if you don't know how it got there, how can you eliminate it?
Read.
I'm serious.
R12
There's a
is the same
reason,
thing.
isn't there a reason why you do a zoning? I mean, it just seems like you're missing something that could be, I don't know, liable for, like, I mean, it's obvious there's a mobile home for a reason. Now, I'm not advocating that I want to live in a mobile home, but I'm just saying, typically, that's a way to have affordable housing. So if you're gonna eliminate a whole entire section there, I think you might wanna know how it was there to begin with. Don't you think?
Henry, you done?
Yeah,
I know he's trying to answer your question and you don't seem to like his answer, so you stop trying to answer. So if you have a question you want to ask us, you can.
Well, I just wanna make it up the record that you don't have another mobile home section
already
in the
did that.
township, right?
You did.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. All right, I think that concludes all of those wishing to speak on ordinance number 2023-02. I'm sure, go ahead, identify yourself. Just identify yourself and you'll be sworn in. Go ahead.
Can you list the specific, business uses that are accessible in GB that are not currently accessible in R40?
Those are listed in the ordinance, so.
I'm gonna go a step farther than that. The R40 is a residential zoning district, so there aren't many businesses at all that are allowed in R40.
So, I'm just trying to figure out the MH area that's being proposed to change to R40.
But MH should go to R12.
R12, residential.
R12 and R40 are residential zones. They don't normally allow it, maybe a home occupation or something. GB is a general business, that's where most of your commercial stuff goes. So there's a lot of things that are allowed in GB that are not allowed in R12 or R40.
Have you,
List them all if you want. You read them. They're all in the ordinance.
are there 20 or, I mean, is it 100?
50 maybe, I don't know. 40. In the general business zoning district, you are allowed a nursery, commercial greenhouse, gas station, bank, financial office, a drive-in, laundromat, gas station, grocery store, craft shop, beverage distributor, car wash, studio for art, dance, music, or photography, library, community center, cultural facility, hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, business office, research office, plant office, and laboratory park, fire and emergency station, government facility, owned by the township, hospital and extended care facility, commercial outdoor recreation, commercial indoor recreation, theater, club lodge or social business, restaurant, tavern, fast food, retail uses, store, convenience shopping center, vehicle and boat sales, truck and equipment sales, lawn, gardening, and farm equipment supply sales, building supply sales, hardware, funeral home, office, medical and professional, barber shop, beauty shop, other similar personal services, public utility facility, nursery school or daycare, martial arts school, nursing home or extended care facility, residential uses, rooming house, conversion, general agriculture, forestry, motor vehicle repair shop, outdoor advertising stuff. Then there's a list of accessory uses, satellite dish expenses, non-commercial pools, tennis courts. That's pretty much your entire general business district.
One of the things that you listed was, hotel. Obviously, that would require a certain amount of space, may not fit into any of that area at all. But I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of what could possibly be listed. My next question is, have you considered the impact new businesses in the proposed zoning area could have on well and septic of the residential homes in those surrounding areas? And this is a very small spot that would be backed up to a lot of residential.
I think we've already said that the uses are contingent on complying with the township zoning ordinances and all that process.
So if there was a negative effect, that would be considered at that time that was proposed.
Could be.
Well, it wouldn't move forward without that consideration, right?
It could be considered depending on body size. Those who were planning commission, those who were zoning.
Any development that is proposed on any property in Saucon Township has to show how they're going to get their water and sewer pipeline in, whether it's on lot or public.
My next question is, I understand that part of the reason of these zoning changes that are being made, is because there wasn't enough of a specific designation needed within the township.
Previous ones, there were questions, but this one, the lower Saucon pretty much has enough general business. This was based on the comprehensive plan, it was adopted in 2020, and looking at the 412 area for economic development.
Okay. What that was leading to was my question, which, what percentage of the township needs to be zoned MH if any?
I don't think MH needs to be part of the zoning designation anymore, as long as there are other areas in the township where you can do high density type housing.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
All right, I think that concludes the, excuse me, could I, sure, identify yourself. These ordinances are up. Is there anybody else?
I did. Thank you. And thanks for having us here. My name's Mike O'Toole. I'm a resident of Edward Drive in the Pleasant Hill subdivision that's currently zoned R20. And I just want to back up a little bit
about your map. I believe that the main street that you've identified on the map, both the proposed map and the existing map, is wrong. I believe that's, either Sidersville Road or, I believe that the tip of the spear there, I don't know if that's still Main Street or if that's, Springtown Road, where it says Main. That's Mount Pleasant Road. And where it says Main Street is really Springtown Hill Road. Okay? And that's kind of important. So I just want to tell you about my neighborhood. 5 years ago, a builder came in and built roughly 10 new custom homes, and young families have moved in there. And at the bottom of our subdivision are bus stops. And the area that you're proposing is probably got 3 bus stops on those streets bordering that. It's a concern of mine, for the very traffic reasons that prior speaker gave earlier tonight. The tips of the spears of those triangles are very dangerous intersections. Where Sidersville Road intersects with 412, it's scary. If you try to go back to Giant and you live in my subdivision, you really are playing with fire every time you do. You just gotta be patient and make sure that both sides clear. You gotta look several times to make it happen. And the fact that there is no egress onto 412 on the other side, on the Mount Pleasant Road side, the problem with the turnarounds at the end of the street, it's bad. And I don't know how we're gonna accommodate that unless traffic is restricted off of the new GB section in that triangle from entering or exiting onto Mount Pleasant Road or Springtown Hill Road. And then I just want to say, I think so much is done on the slide here. I've lost confidence in this body because 5 years ago, that R20 area was zoned R40, and it was changed so that and you might remember this, Mr. President, because you at the time were on the other board, and I spoke before the hearing board, the zoning hearing board. It was zoned R40. There was a lot of variances granted to 300% on variances just so they could build the homes, and by changing it to R20, it gave them different setback allowances that enticed the builder or enabled the builder to develop those lots. And nobody in our neighborhood knew that it was zoned R20 until after the fact, because I don't get the what is the Times out of Easton, the Easton Times, and I wasn't home on March 3rd or March 13th. I mean, legally, I'm supposed to be notified or I'm notified, but realistically, there's no way in heck I knew about that. And I found about what was going on here tonight basically yesterday on a text from a neighbor. And it's just very disturbing to me that this stuff is being voted on tonight without consideration of a traffic plan, a traffic study, or any acknowledgement to restrict what I think are kid-friendly spaces now for the Mount Pleasant Road area where there's, I know, 2 bus stops on that right now, and at the bottom of the Pleasant Hill subdivision on Mountain Hill Drive. There's young kids there, and they've walked that route. You change that area to general business, and it's going to be traffic, and it's very concerning to me. I'm very glad I don't have small children there. Anyway, thank you again for letting me speak. Mr. President, just a little possible enlightenment here.
I'm not recognizing you, okay?
That's all right, I don't recognize you.
I think that concludes our hearing, including the witnesses, I'll make a motion to conclude the hearing. I have a second.
To close the hearing, Ms. Guzzo, how do you vote?
I said no.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Yes. Motion passes 4-0. 4-1, sorry. I apologize.
All right, any questions or comments about the, potential adoption of ordinance in 2023 to amend the zoning map for 412?
No.
Any? No. I do not have any, Tom?
No.
So,
Yeah, I look at the white area with two B, where all the two B areas got merged. It's like a big area, and when we look surrounding it, we see these residential zones. And I just think that that's too massive for that area, and if it's a, I don't know what the word is, it's getting into their daily life of the people that live there, and I just can't.
All right, I'll make a motion, to adopt ordinance 2023-02 to amend the zoning map, to amend the zoning map for the Counsel area.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote? Motion passes 4-1.
All right, I'm going to anticipate that, some people in the public may not be interested in the remaining items on the agenda, so I'll propose we take another 5-minute recess, to allow anybody who's not interested in the remaining items to review the, council meeting. Give a second. Any second.
Democratic,
Okay, Laura, put empty bottle there and give it to her so she can get water. Give me both of them.
They're quite empty.
Here.
Hey, is this yours or is this Mark? Where'd you find it? I wouldn't have gotten far.
Yeah, just give it a good shake and.
Yeah.
Don't worry. What we got? Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the public hearing and potential adoption of ordinance number 2023-0 to revising chapter 170, vehicles in operation restrictions, vehicle traffic, revising chapter 170-23, stop intersections. I will make a motion, to open hearing. And you got it.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote to open hearing?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, Lane, can you proceed?
Sure, this is, ordinance number, proposed ordinance 2023-03, to amend the, chapter 170 of the Township Code, which is vehicles and traffic. And it would amend that section by prohibiting truck traffic on Greenhopper Road to the entire length, Sherry Road to the entire length, and Countryside Lake to the entire length. So those three roads would have no trucks allowed. And it also changes the stop intersection at Pleasant View Road and Hillside Drive to turn it into a four-way stop. It's currently a three-way stop. Is that right, Tony?
That's correct. This is a very time statute because that's the public bring up on the road, you can get off the bridge, have to, do it. Very
You have to speak up, please.
I just said that, this resolution is very needed as there was a very needed crash into the bridge at the bottom of Greenhopper Road, by a traffic trail. That was up before we were going. Yeah, he was stuck and it took quite a bit to get him on the bridge. And we're very lucky that he did.
And it also, increases the fine from 50 to 100. I'm sorry, 50 to 500.
All right, Mark, any questions about, ordinance 2023 revising chapter 170?
No, I gave it.
Okay. I have no comments or questions. Tom? Sure. All right, there's going to be signed in with sign-in sheet for this, hearing, so I will make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Yes. Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, I anticipate another comment on this, so I will make a motion to adopt ordinance number 2023-03, revising chapter 170, vehicles in operation restrictions, vehicles traffic, revising chapter 170-23, stop restrictions.
I will second.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote? Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Motion passes 5-0.
All right, next we have developer items, there are none. Next are county business items. First on the agenda is the review of 2022 comprehensive annual financial report in accordance with the budget advisory report, DAR. The Director of Finance will present council with the prior comprehensive annual financial report, capital CAR. This report provides an overview of the township's audited transactions and supplements the auditor's BCED report filing, financial report that they received in June. Kathy?
Thank you. As you can see, all the way through, we are in good financial position. We know we had some, financial changes last year with the economy, and other matters, but, we're still in good shape. The several, almost all the departments are within budget, approved budget ranges, other than, data processing, which we have, addressed for this year's budget. And, if there's any questions and in specific, we can answer them for you, and we take consideration of the, recommendations that we report and provide motions for those, so that I can prepare recommendations for the next meeting. That's why we're going to. I'm giving it to you ahead of time so that can have everything ready for you. That's how we structure
I
everything.
know, I'm just like, forget it. You know what I mean?
So these are, figures that were audited, these are the agency, auditors that made and are, required DCED filings have been posted on the, DCED website, and the advertising has been put in place.
My only concern is there's $500,000 allocated to the baseball field on Oak Road. And I'm very concerned. I heard their comments for that allocated baseball field on the road.
And I think we need to look at that because there's been some representations by some wise people, which is this, last, I think that's the first that they, whether or not the township owns the properties, but it is the property, obviously we lease it.
That's $500,000.
So,
I'm glad I brought that up.
we should say that.
I guess there's funding to the library was under budget. Does that include the legal pay?
Legal has to be illegal.
Legal has to be legal. Not happy about that. I learned how to highlight with this new 3D stuff. It doesn't say it, you don't say it. One more. No, I think this is, my question was in the financial spread. I think.
So these are the numbers from last year. So what we are requesting council is to, advise me to draft a resolution for the next meeting to move, the funding for the Steel City Road project and the ball field to second capital fund. And the rest of the, additional revenue, we can, into our operating reserve fund. Unless council has any other, projects that they should look at. And the other item was to, classify the, American Recovery Relief Fund to expenses that we've already budgeted for and incurred that we should move that to our capital. And I can do the proper filing for the recommendation for the resolution.
I'll make a motion to cancel the resolution. Recommendation.
I'll second.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Ms. Leon, how do you vote?
I'm gonna vote yes, but we just talked about the $500,000 that we proposed.
Yeah, if we're moving, we decide that we can't do it. We're gonna do it back.
We have it up there in the next agenda.
Yes. Yeah.
All right,
Motion passed.
thank you, Ken.
Yes, thank you.
All right, next up is the resolution 34-2023, creating a temporary fire services capital plan subcommittee, the fire services committee to review the capital assets of Roach Fire Rescue and make recommendations to council in the form of long-term strategic plan. Tom, you're the liaison to fire services, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I don't know if, Scott or Creasha, Time Knots are still there.
They are. They're good.
If they want to come to the table, but, we can talk a little bit that, fire services basically agenda. The other public are, Tom Barr, has agreed to be on the fire services subcommittee, as well as, Don Lauer from Steel City. I wanted somebody from Steel City, because of all the transition in the past year. So Scott, I'll let you talk a little bit about it, and, if you want, what you see the committee doing and the types of recommendations they make to council.
Okay, sounds good. So, everybody doesn't know me, my name is Carocci, President of the Roach Fire Rescue. The idea of this committee, like Tom said, is basically look at fire services as a whole, for a 5 and a 10-year plan. See where, we had issues, with buildings, apparatus, manpower, finance, and everything. And then try to come up with some kind of comprehensive plan that, we can, use to kind of steer the fire services into the direction, into a positive direction. And a little bit about the fire company, if you guys don't know, our merger is complete with Steel City, that's a done deal now. Congratulations. Thank you, it was quite a process, it was good. When I started in the fire company, it was 1990, many years ago, and we ran about 100 calls a year. I ran like, we actually hit 100 calls, we got peaked without they got like, that usually happened in December. Now we're running in excess of almost 800 calls a year. A lot of pizza. It's a lot of calls, yeah, it's a lot of pizza too. It's a lot of calls, a lot of man hours, a lot of staffing, a lot that goes on behind the scenes. That's why we decided to talk to fire services, try to put some committee together that we steer ourselves, towards, a goal in the future, serving the community. So I'll turn it over to Chief Johnson.
Hi, Johnson, Fire Chief, Saucon Fire Rescue. One thing that I would like to add to that is, with the apparatuses, and having this committee would be, possibly a good downside of fleet, what kind of apparatus we need to meet the needs of the community. There is an apparatus study that was done several years ago, that we're gonna revisit to see, if some of those specialty pieces of apparatus that were recommended in here really do need them, and start working, towards purchasing the proper equipment that we need. I mean, we're set up pretty good now with what we have. We would probably trim it down a little bit, but, that's part of what we're gonna study here.
The goal would be to come back to the council in the fall with at least some preliminary recommendations, and then, hopefully by the end of the year, kind of have a final, report to the council, and, see what it is. I think it'd be a good, thing for future council to have too, what the thinking was, and all that. So I'm gonna make a motion that we approve of this subcommittee, so that we can all get to work.
I'll second that, but I have a question. How long ago was that? 5 years ago?
I think it was, I wouldn't say it was 16 or 17.
And prior to that, when you weren't all together yet, you guys did come up with plans, and that's how we paid for equipment. You all had to agree on pieces of equipment, and that kind of stopped here for a while. So I'm glad to see you're looking at it again, because that's, fiduciary responsibility, and I think you need to show us why you need something, and now it's gonna benefit you, so we need to support it.
Yes.
So I'm glad you're doing it, because I asked, and you should have.
Just to be clear, this isn't just fire apparatus, these are all that.
Yeah, correct, yeah, I'm just speaking on a portion of, operating. Yeah, we definitely have aging firehouses, and there again, too, do we need more, do we need less? I don't know.
And even the location, the location of these has changed over the past 8 years, not the location of firehouses, but the where residents are, live, and where businesses are, has changed. So everything Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Engel?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next up is, resolution 35-2023, appointing special fire police, resolution 35-23 is being prepared, appointing special fire police for Roach fire rescue. Any questions about, fire rescue individuals identified in this resolution? I'll make a motion to approve resolution 35-2023, appointing special fire police.
Second.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Tommy there?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up is the, Community Pool 2023 reimbursement program, discussion and action in 2023 nonprofit pool reimbursement program for residents. Want you to take that?
Yeah, so in the budget, in the fall, we passed that we would pay $75 for a seasonal pool pass. Diving a little deeper into this, there's different seasonal pool passes. So we have an individual youth, an individual adult, an individual senior, and an individual family. So the staff is recommending that we set limits on all of those. So an individual youth would receive a $35 rebate or reimbursement. Individual adult would receive $45. An individual senior would receive $55, and a family pass would receive $75. And this closely resembles what happened in 2022.
Mark, I have a question. Why is the individual adult at 45 and the individual senior at 55? Usually seniors like 10% and individual adult.
The prices that we,
I know it was last year.
well, we didn't do this last year. No.
Where did I see 2022?
So that's in the pool rates that I showed on the second page. Yeah.
So can we reverse that? And have seniors pay less than the individual adult? That's the way it works. That's what I'm gonna.
No, I think it's the reimbursement.
The seniors are getting paid, they're gonna get paid 55.
Seniors get
The seniors will get 55 now, the adults gonna get 45 now.
Okay, good.
So, we advocating to cut funding for seniors?
No, I wasn't. I just read it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a senior, so I just read it.
All right, any questions from the council? All right, I'll make a motion to, approve the proposed, pool reimbursements that are provided in the township manager manual of March 14, 2023.
One second.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote? Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up is resolution 36-2023, petition of an open space committee. This is a discussion and possible action on adding an open space committee. Tom, do you want to take this as your liaison to EAC?
Yes. Basically, I've been starting a committee that just focuses on open space. We have about $9 or $10 million in our open space fund. I'd like this committee to be proactive in soliciting possible landowners for open space, certain pieces of property, and to be focused on that. Right now, it's kind of a subcommittee within EAC. EAC is doing a lot of good work, though. They're doing a lot of good work with electronic recycling events, hopefully native plant sale this spring, road cleanup, and they're going to sponsor a rain barrel, build your own rain barrel event on May 5th at Suttersville Hall. And it's great with EAC that does that, but I think we need to be more proactive with the
knowing they did the scorecard and they go out to the properties, I just think that we have an active CAC and.
They are active, and, the scorecard from the open space committee too. And allows more people to participate as well. We have, EAC is actually, really never had a lack of members. We have associate members of EAC, which in other committees we don't. We don't have associate members on planning, on code, or is it like the water authority board, we don't have associate members. So there's plenty of interest. It gives more people opportunity to be involved. And it gives us a group that can really focus on open space.
Absolutely, I know all about the EAC because I was one of the ones that voted in favor of doing it in Cornwall. So I know all about what the EAC is doing and about the other associate members.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion that the current open space committee, and, we move forward on actively soliciting, open space.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you're making a motion to approve resolution 36-2023, right now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's my second.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote? Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Yes. Motion passes 4-1.
All right, next we have the, planning commission member appointment, we have a recommendation on Jennifer Peters to fill the open position on planning commission for term ending on December 31, 2024.
Yeah, I'm on the planning commission, and, I looked at her background, which is commercial real estate, which I think is as a member of planning for the past 7 years, is something we don't have on planning, and I think we could use on planning, just commercial real estate back.
All right, I'll make a motion.
To nominate her.
All right, I'll second the motion to appoint Jennifer Peters to the planning commission for term ending December 31, 2024.
I don't have a resume in front of me.
Priscilla, she's a solid person.
I don't.
She's a good person.
That's fine, but I'd like to see it on paper. Mark, can you please provide resumes when you make some recommendations? I would really like that.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Yes. Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
No, because I want to resume.
Motion passes 4-1.
Mark, I don't need to get the resume, but that's your recommendation. Thanks. All right, so next we have up is, authorization to hire a police officer, an officer retired from the police department during the month of March, and township staff is requesting permission to fill this police officer's position. I think that speaks for itself, and add anything to it, Mark?
Nope, that's it.
All right, then I will make a motion, to authorize, township, staff, to fill the police officer's position.
I'll second that.
Mr. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Yes. Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote? Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next we have easements for township residents for upcoming projects. The township has 2 upcoming projects that require us to enter residents' properties. Township staff has worked with the residents on easements for the projects to be completed. Those are outlined, in, township, manager Mark Hudson's memo dated March 17, 2023, regarding Black River Road and Reading Drive easements and fees.
So to do the Black River Road project and the Reading Drive project, we're gonna have to, use a portion of residents' properties on both sides of these culverts. Black River Road, is down to 1 lane, stop sign, and it's weight restricted, so that's an important one, buses can't go over that. So we're gonna be giving 8 evergreen trees, to 1 resident. We need to rebuild 2 landscaping walls, 2 other residents on the downstream property. And we also, have to remove some shrubs. The resident asked that we try to save the shrubs and then replace them. They died. After they were replanted, we replaced those shrubs once. That was all of the Black River Road project. On the Reading Drive project, actually gonna have to install a temporary road for a resident's property, at the top of the hill. So that resident, we made an offer to council approves it, to pay them $10,000 for 5 weeks of the road, driving through their yard, and then $1,000 for each additional week. We do not expect to be there, for more than 5 weeks, but, put the precaution in. Again, we will be sending residents through their yard right next to their food. So the resident is being very cooperative. And then we're taking a good portion of another property, many, live trees that we have to take down, due to the swing of the crane to put the large concrete structure in. So, that resident, we agreed to, with the borough council, to replace 14 trees and provide them $1,000 to pick the shrubs.
And this makes sense, it's necessary to get these projects done, so I'll make a motion to approve the proposed easements in the March 17, 2023 memo called the Dock of Road Revenue Plan.
Okay. Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Schroeder, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up is the, police department desires to hall for this license.
Yeah, so currently the police restroom empties right into, the secretary's office, and walk into her chair basically, so they can get out of the restroom. So we're looking to move the move the door, to the hallway area of the police station. That's gonna replace a double door and a small cabinet, so it actually makes that a little larger also. And then we're going to reuse that door and put it in the basement of Syersville Hall. Currently, the basement of Syersville Hall, there's nothing down there, but it's accessible by the public. So we'd like to put the double door down there to secure the basement, and then also begin to help try to dry out the basement, because we have a closed area. And the water does run through that as it's an old property. So there will be two projects in one. We got 3 quotes. The lowest quote was from Chesky Construction at $7,150.
I just have to say, Tom, I never heard this story before.
I'll make a motion to.
I'm thinking, if you don't mind. I said, Tom, I didn't realize that this was happening. I was here when we built this building, and no one's ever said that, and I apologize.
She doesn't have an enclosed office, but the door comes right out to her work area, or have it blocked off, and kind of respect her privacy. It's something that I've wanted to do for a long time.
Right, and we hired good designers this building, and I remember one of our employees was walking down the hall, and they were putting the door on the men's room here, and the urinal was exposed, so they had to switch the door around. Yeah, true story. So I apologize for that, and I'm glad we're doing it. Thank you.
You done?
Yes, I am done. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the quote in Alakowski Construction to buy improvements to the police department, Syersville Hall, in the amount of $7,150.
Second.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Schroeder, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next we have the Saucon Overlook Development Recreation Fee recommendation.
The park board recommended that the Saucon Overlook Development Recreation Fee in the amount of $36,410 go to Polk Valley Park.
Comments from council?
I move to make a motion to, allocate that, the amount of $36,410, from the Saucon Valley Overlook Rec Fee to Polk Valley Park. Second.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Schroeder, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci?
Yes.
Motion passes.
This has been long.
Oh, okay.
have a letter of support for Beth and Trail Gap grant request on.
We got a letter from the city of Bethlehem. They're gonna be submitting a grant, the BCNR grant, to close the gap between the Bethlehem Greenway Trail and the Saucon Valley Trail. So they're just looking for a letter of support for their grant application. There's a sample. No. Yeah, there's a sample, letter of support that they provided, and if the council approves, we will, put on our letterhead and support it.
Yeah, this has been a long time. And I think you should think that DCNR would really approve this and give them some money, because it's a multi-municipal type of, project. And they would do it.
So we don't have a partnership, we could add another letter.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Of course, yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, next up, we have resolution 37-123, intergovernmental cooperation and tax allocation agreement with City of Bethlehem, corner of Moravian Street and Denver.
We spoke about this at the last meeting, and, Link, working with their solicitor, and drew up a resolution and agreement, to give the property to the city of Bethlehem.
This is that property that's, partially in Lower Saucon, partially in the city of Bethlehem. The city of Bethlehem would collect the taxes and provide all the services, so this is the agreement and resolution that make that happen.
I don't have any questions. I'll, make a motion to approve resolution 37-2023, intergovernmental cooperation and tax allocation agreement with the City of Bethlehem for the property at the corner of Moravian Street, Denver.
I'll second it.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up, we have approval of the January 18, 2023 council minutes.
Did you remind you that my little ending phrase, I left that in position to the state, and it was in there like I said it was. So the minutes now reflect, and I'll make a motion to approve the, January 18, 2023 minutes.
So just, for your remark, this is, packet, that's what we're approving, correct?
Just the yellow was added.
Y'all look at it, this would be on page 20, lines 32 to 55, and page 21, lines 1 to 5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Second, anyone? Anyone?
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Engels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next up, we have approval of the February 15, 2023 council minutes. I have an edit. This is on page. One second. This is on page 19 to 22. This is when, Mr. Roach was offering his council report into that line 34, and I had gabbled, and, I said, Ms. Witchin, I think I said, Ms. Witchin, you're not being recognized, and then went on and said, Ms. Witchin, don't give me the finger, please conduct yourself appropriate here. You can't do that, please leave now. So I would like the minutes to reflect, that I would not say ma'am, the first two, and I actually identified the person who was given.
Shouldn't we listen to the tape like you did when I asked to have something added, we had to listen to the tape?
We don't have to listen to the tape, you requested to listen to the tape.
So we didn't say.
So I would request that edit.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Yes. Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote? No. Mr. Evans, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, and, next we have approval of the February 2023 financial reports.
I have a question. On page, it would be one of the, under expenditures, that budgeted was $211,108. And that's up until, I guess this would be what, February 28th? We've already spent $102. $102,745.52, 48.65% of the budget. $200 a year, leaving a balance of $108,434. That is under law, so that is both the solicitor and the session solicitor. Is there any way to break that up? And the zoning. Oh, and the zoning solicitor. Could you please give me the three separate totals for that? Okay, thank you. And there's no way to break it up in the future, like to put like 3 different line items, or that seems. We could, it would end up being whatever it is. So, we're gonna end up having, but I can provide that. Okay, that'd be great.
I make a motion to, approve the February 2023 financial reports.
I'll second it.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Yerger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, next up is the township manager report.
Yeah, we had an associate member of the environmental advisory council resign, so we're looking for a new associate member. If anyone knows someone who would like to volunteer for the EAC, please have them reach out to me. Currently have one application submitted, and we did put an ad out on Facebook if they want to contact. I'm very happy to announce that the township received a notice that we were awarded $200,000 for a grant through the local share account statewide program to replace the playground in Town Hall Park. It's very exciting news, and look forward to working to replace that playground. The Heller Homestead Farm ruins we talked about, I want to say in February, they were cleaned up in the area of the arch. This township staff, the Saucon Conservancy, will meet with a mason to discuss the stone arch in the wall in the near future. This will find a couple of those, keep going. And then, Tom had mentioned it with the EAC, and I'm sure I'll mention this again, but the Lower Saucon Township is joining with Upper Saucon Township to host 2 electronic recycling events this year. The EAC facilitated this. The first will be held on Saturday, April 22nd in Upper Saucon Township at the Hopewell Park at 4695 West Hopewell Road. So this is right next to the Hopewell School in Center Valley, PA. And, as everyone has mentioned again, the audio-visual installation is scheduled to begin on March 28th.
I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
That's all I have.
Can you say that one more time?
28th.
Yay, thank you.
All right, Mark?
I just, suggest anybody that has any interest in the Heller Homestead, they can drive by. They did a great job cleaning it all up. I think now we have a better visual of what we can work with and what our options might be. Unfortunately, I don't think they're gonna be great, but at least we have some options now. And I think Mark's gonna set up some meetings over there to go over what some other people. So that was productive, actually. You did a great job, about a day and a half.
Mark, one of the questions you had is what was under the retail?
Actually, it was just, well, I don't know if it's fortunate or not, it's dirt. So there's no structure to it, which is, and the back walls are crumbling, the side walls are crumbling. The arch looks stable, but I heard some negative comments on that as well. I don't think there's any footers underneath, so that's gonna have to be addressed. Actually, do it right here.
They got it from right here.
That was the starting of it. We started to get rid of some of the stuff. That's pretty much it all cleaned up.
Great.
And like I said, unfortunately, the walls are somewhat crumbly. Like you wouldn't want to stand on. You can almost pull them apart with your hand. So we're gonna have to look at that. But at least now we can walk in there and see what we have. And that went well though. They did a nice job.
Typically, you want to discourage people from crossing that. Right?
It's all locked up, though. Yeah.
All right, anything else, Mark?
No, I'm good.
Ken?
Tom, just that, check your emails or you can check the website, EAC has one educational, environmental education program plan, so please, check it out. It's a rain garden, just first of all, it's on, so this is on. That'll be that, contact, and if you look at the.
Great, thanks, Ian. All right, so I attended the pension committee meeting, we have a quarterly meeting on March 8th. Obviously, we're paying close attention to our finances and our pension funding obligations. There's a lot of bad news that came out of that meeting. The S&P has been down 18.1%, it's the worst it's been since 2008. The Russell Index is down 20.44, heavy energy is up just marginally. Interest rates went up 7 times in 2022. Bond fixed income market is horrible. It's at its worst level in history, went down 13%. Inflation was at a 4-year high, still historically high. They described inflation in particular with regard to food and housing as stubborn. Corporate earnings are beginning to drop. Rates are going to continue to go up, and this was all before the multiple bank failures that occurred in the past 2 weeks. Volatility is at a high. The largest drop in the day was 25%, well below historical averages. Bonds are just as volatile. There was a slight rally in October 2022 that's pulled back since. Saucon Township's portfolio in 2022 is down 13.13%, which actually held up well compared to the market itself. Just slightly in 2023, we remain very well diversified. Our filings have been submitted and done on time. Notices have gone out to former employees with regard to their pensions. Monies were deposited, monies have been drawn out. We have not done a pension audit in a while, and we plan to have a pension audit done, and results we should have by June. There were no COLAs. The officers, most of them were at 30% max. There's one retired public works person who is eligible for the pension, and there are 2 new public works hires. There's also one retirement that was pending, and the next meeting will take place in June. I'd like to update people on our right to know request. Once you can see this as well. So we submitted a right to know request to the Town Library. You may recall that the Office of Records determined that Town Library should turn over information to us. Since then, there have been 3 other individual citizens, private citizens, which submitted a right to know request to the Town Library. Town Library refused to respond. Counsel Records issued 3 legal opinions. One is 14 pages long, the other one is 4 pages long, and the third one is 13 pages request for, information concerning library members ordering personal books and using library discount, private citizens obtaining library discounts. And, we also open records found in that matter that the, Town Borough exercised financial and governmental control of the Town Area Library to make a similar governmental entity subject to right to know who the request was. There's a second opinion that's 4 pages long. That one concerns a request from a citizen seeking emails between the library director, the library board during a 10-day period in January 2023. There's a third opinion, it's 13 pages long, that addresses another citizen's request for emails between the library director and the board during the month of January 2023. Interestingly, I believe that the library has appealed each one of those private citizens' right to know requests just as they appealed ours, and they've sought a decision from the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas. So that information remains untransparent to us and to the citizens, and I expect that those matters before the Court of Common Pleas will proceed, and hopefully the court agrees with the legal opinions, scholarly legal opinions that were issued by the Office of Records. One other item with regard to the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, it's media reporting that Northampton County is discussing leaving Lehigh Valley Planning Commission. That just reinforces that we, as a township council, should not cede our local authority to a group of unelected political appointees. The reason that Northampton County is considering leaving is purely varied. I would suggest that a township engineer, manager, and solicitor monitor that situation. We know that parts of our ordinance are tied to the Valley Planning Commission, and if it were to name is the Valley Planning Commission, and that Northampton County cedes or leaves the Valley Planning Commission, we need to address those portions of our ordinances that call into action some part of the Valley Planning Commission. And as I have. Your turn, Tom, go ahead.
So let me understand this, if the Howard County Library wants to appeal a bad ruling against them on a right to know.
Sounds right, that sounds right.
There's a reason the library functions that. Now, like, if we ever appealed when we've always spent our right to know deadline, turned it over, right, as a township?
Yeah, I can't think of one, I can't think of a situation where someone appealed the right to know request that was filed with public law.
Yes.
There might have been, I gotta go back, there might have been one about a criminal, somebody asked for a criminal record or something, they might have appealed that, but they don't decide to do that. No, all the other ones we get them all.
So what are the nature of those things, what are they trying to hide here, they're all bringing our pencil, what are the nature of those allegations?
Yeah, generally speaking, from what I can gather, Tom, the first one, which was the 14-page opinion, addressed seemed to question the sale of books at a discount either to library members or non-members. The second one seemed to request very specifically emails between the library director and board during a 10-day period during January 2023. And the third one requested emails again from the library director and board during the 30-day or 31-day period of January 2023. It seems like those individuals have some information that they're specifically looking for what it is. We don't know yet, but hopefully we will know.
It's kind of like that they're appealing this decision to turn us over, like, there's something there. Why would you appeal this? But I could be wrong.
And I believe it's on one of those situations, I think there's actually an affidavit that was submitted by Captain Horgraff, who is the Hellertown Borough manager, seeking to distance Hellertown Borough from the Hellertown Library. But again, the Office of Open Records, legal opinions that were issued by their attorneys who make these decisions found that the Hellertown Library is a similar governmental entity because of the level of control that Hellertown Borough exerts over it.
How many library cards Kathy has issued now?
I don't have that actual figure, I apologize, but it's close to 200.
Okay. Start right, 3,100 people were so released.
we heard a lot tonight, issues regarding the city of Bethlehem with their LD, whatever, I just didn't know whether you, part seven, whatever it's called. So, our, which is the, get in touch with, the city and maybe set up a meeting where we can address some of these issues. Years ago, we had a problem with a company called MFS, which, remember Tom, what MFS was for? Manufacturing fiber. Mineral fibers, yeah. Well, anyway, and it was just terrible, and they ended up knocking it down, he got involved, and, anyway, but you were taking notes, we need to address those problems, so I'm concerned about that. Link, could you update us on your, letter to the, Southern Lehigh, library? Dated March 20th.
You have it.
Oh, would you want to just tell the residents? Yeah, I have to borrow it for a second.
No, it was really the council. We were continuing discussions with the Southern Lehigh Library. They sent their attorney, sent me a letter, making a proposal. I distributed that letter to council for council consideration, and I sent a letter back out.
Well, you sent it to us for our consideration, we have to vote on this, someone in this isn't in communication. So in order to vote on it, we have to do it at a public meeting. So how would you consider it if it was not?
I didn't say you would consider it not a.
I know, I didn't say you did, I just said, we need to say you wanted to see what we said about this letter.
What did you say that you were not saying?
I'm not accused, we're not friendly here.
I don't know.
I'm not the enemy.
I'm not understanding where we are.
I said I distributed the letter that the Southern Lehigh Library's attorney sent to me to township for the township council for their consideration.
Right, and I said.
I did anybody made a decision.
Yeah, well, I wanted to know how I could consider it, and was I supposed to call you, was I?
You could if you want.
Yeah, but you can't make decisions behind.
Nobody made a decision.
I didn't say you did, I'm just saying that I wanted to, I didn't know what you wanted us to do.
Wanted to look at it.
I did.
I assume that's what they wanted me to do with it. Let's give it to you to look at.
Okay, well, I guess we're going nowhere else. So I'll move on to my next item. Today I attended the hearing, for the conditional use, and, this is not about the conditional use hearing, I know I'm not allowed to talk about that. This is on northern realignment. Okay, they were talking about that. And it was brought up, and I would like to, Mark, you can confirm with DEP that the plans the township has in your possession, and that was presented to the zoning hearing board, the ones that they approved are the plans that are currently before the DEP. Because residents have found maps, and I don't have the numbers of maps, I can get that information to you, that, show a berm, and, there's a grade in it and a slope, and it supposedly isn't on the township. Like when you go on the website and click on northern thing, it's not there, but DEP has it. So how did that happen? And I wanna know if it's correct. So, cause that's. Okay, so that has to be addressed. I also phoned in several odor complaints in the past few weeks. DEP says there's an issue from the red barn down to the storage unit with horrific odors on Applewater Road. And, the DLG is cooperating with DEP, trying to address it, but that was a couple days ago, it's still small. So, wanted to report on that. I went to the Howard Chandler meeting on Tuesday, and on March 28th, which I believe is coming up Tuesday, joined the Chamber for a Networking Mixer at TRIP, the Labor Lab. We're thrilled to hold this event and are asking attendees to support the scholarship funds that they do every year, which benefits students at Saucon Valley School. And we go on the Howard Town, Saucon Chamber's Facebook page, there's information there. Or you you can donate at the door when you arrive. Have a student that's interested in applying for the scholarship, please send a message to us to get connected with more information. Unfortunately, our junior council members. But anyway, and then,
Can I ask you a question about that? Does that scholarship benefit only Saucon Valley School District students or any student who lives within our town or Saucon
I'm not
Township?
sure I have to check. I think that they put they circulate it to the school in addition to Saucon Valley, we have schools, I don't actually.
I'd be interested in learning about that.
Okay, I'll send you out, thank you. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I think that concludes the council reports. Our junior council member indicated they get a date earlier for school night, and we don't have these schools.
I don't have anything at this.
Okay, the engineer is left. We have public comment on non-agenda items, residents and taxpayers only, 3-minute time limit. First name on the list is Bob Blasco. Bob Blasco. And Mr. Blasco is not here. The next name on the list is Jackie Palumbo. Jackie Palumbo.
Hi, Jackie Palumbo, 2566 King Mill Road. I'm just here to remind us of something. First thing I want to remind us is, what is democracy in a simple word? The word democracy comes from Greek words, demos meaning people, and kratos meaning power. So democracy can be thought of as power of the people, a way of governing which depends on the will of the people. There was a gentleman named Abraham Lincoln. You may have heard of him. He was a Republican, believe it or not. According to Abraham Lincoln, democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. He was the 16th president. What is the role of town council? Local councils work towards improving community well-being and providing better service. Their activities fall into 3 main categories: representing the local community, delivering services to meet local needs, striving to improve quality of life, and community well-being. That's your job. What makes a good local council? To represent the views, beliefs, and priorities of their community while serving in the community's best interest. That's us. And there has been a question I've been asking you time and time again: why is garbage good? Well, I can't hear you. Why is garbage good for me? So I looked it up. It says the waste humans generate has been detrimental to our environment for quite some time. Humans are generating too much trash and cannot deal with it in a sustainable way. Waste that is not biodegradable and cannot be properly recycled is filling our oceans and landfills. And this is what you want to bring to us. So by these definitions, I cannot see how you're doing your job, because this will not increase our quality of life at all. It's not going to increase anything for us. Apparently, it's increasing something for you. Yes, I got 46 seconds left. So I'm not sure why you're doing this, because you have all these people here and nobody wants this. Nobody wants this but you. And as far as I know, it's still the United States of America. Not the United Corporation, not yet. The United States by the people, for the people. We are the people. You're supposed to be helping us, not them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Frank Palmer. What time? That is correct, thank you, Sean. He said the United States is a constitutional republic.
He's correct.
Go ahead.
I'm having a little bit of deja vu here. Tonight again, I've heard a lot of the citizens of this township again opposing a lot of what you guys are doing. And as my wife just said, where you guys work is for. You seem very risk averse when it comes to lawsuits, yet we're up to our eyeballs in lawsuits today, how it comes from. And myself, that's mother's right here in this room. So we don't seem to be risk averse to lawsuits that concern the citizens. We are very risk averse when it comes to corporations or developers.
tonight was just another example. So again, I ask, who do you guys work for? The people that voted you in, or the corporations and the developers? Because it's not very clear to me that it's for us. It's clearly for some corporations, developers, and it's don't, for sure. So my next question, and I know Mr. Treadwell won't answer it, is how many lawsuits has townships encountered because they didn't have the proper zoning? Is that something that you can answer or no? Because it seems like that's the quote you come up with all the time. Or Mr. Banonis, that we're worried about lawsuits because we don't have the proper zoning. Do we know the statistics?
Numerous. Can I count them all?
So it's a fact that townships are sued because they don't have proper zoning, that developers can come in.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
We were always told that we will see, I was always,
But I still can't see how townships is sued, because if the township doesn't have the land developed for whatever purposes that developer may want, they could just go and sue. Let's say Bethel Landfill wants to put a dump in the middle of Lower Saucon where you live.
Every municipality in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has its own for all uses. So let's say.
But what happens when the uses are used up?
There's a municipality that doesn't have a space where you can put a landfill. A landfill could go into that municipality and file a health and stability challenge and get to put a landfill where it wants because the township didn't have a place for it. That's how it works. Okay. No, thanks for explaining. You can explain to me why that's not true.
I will explain to you why, because if you are part of the multi-municipality agreement, you can actually zone multiple, municipalities to cover all of those required usages so that you can account for them and also keep them out of the space that you don't want to have them in. And I would suggest you go out and talk to people in Upper Nazareth, if you go talk to the people down in Lower and Upper Mac, if you go talk to the people out in Lowville Township. They have all taken advantage of that planning possibility that is available to really forward-thinking municipalities. We have not.
You are absolutely correct. That if there is a multi-municipal zoning ordinance, that is true. That zoning challenge would apply to all of the municipalities in that. That is not the example I was giving. So your example is different than the one that I was explaining. However, you are correct, that if you have multi-municipal zoning, you can. Lower Saucon Township does not have multi-municipal zoning. Not every municipality in Pennsylvania has multi-municipal zoning. In fact, there are fewer that don't have it than there are that have it.
we have a multi-municipal plan.
Yeah, but you don't have a joint zoning.
No, because no one didn't want to do that.
All right, well,
Take it away from the gentleman's time.
Okay, well, thanks for explaining that to me, because it seems like the township is very risk averse in that regard, and we want to rezone things to benefit somebody, and obviously the council doesn't want to say what it is if they know. I don't know either. But you guys just don't seem, from the public's perception, to be working for the public, because the public is here all the time and expressing their concerns about what's not right about the proposals, but yet you just completely ignore every single thing every person says. You go ahead and do what the hell you want anyway. So I don't know why we have to 3 minute or any opinion, because you guys already made
May I
your
ask one thing?
Yes.
I talk to a lot of people, and they don't disagree with us. You guys may, I understand that. But
They don't disagree about what? They don't?
disagree with us every year accusing us of. But there are a lot of people I
I'm
talk to every single day that don't disagree with us. Unfortunately, we talk to a lot of people, they just don't come here. That's not a lie, I'm sorry, I don't know what you want me to say. You think you're the only.
Okay, so let me just, let's use the dump as the example. The entire Lehigh Valley, St. Luke's, the Easton, Hellertown, Bethlehem Township,
They all use
they,
They don't want the dump, but yet
Not the
you,
whole municipality, sir, you identified three municipalities and one hospital.
how many more people do you need? Can't hear me.
You said some of those municipalities actually dump their garbage out.
You know, good for them, the dump's been there for 80 years. They're proposing another 30 years.
It's a bit contradictory for them to take a position against the dump that they have to allow their residents to submit the trash to them.
Most of the garbage that goes there isn't from this area anyway. It's over 60% comes from outside of the area. All right, my final thoughts, you guys are just not working for us. And election time comes around pretty quick. Sayonara.
Thank you, sir. Water reg.
Well, Ray, I had a couple topics I wanted to talk about. Mainly it was the library, but I don't know. I really don't appreciate the disparaging remarks and the implications that you're saying regarding the library. The council is on the library.
About the library. I didn't find no request
The counties that were given were, there were only 200 reimbursements, but we don't look at the number of cards that actually is. So there's well over 500 library cards that have been issued in the 2 months that they've been available. So compared to what's at Southern Lehigh, they're almost at 100. So obviously a whole lot more people use our local library than Southern Lehigh. Again, learned a lot by, watching the Southern Lehigh School Board meeting where we were on the agenda regarding libraries. And then also last night, the meeting at the, Southern Lehigh Public Library. And, trying to force ourselves on them with a long-term agreement when, never mind the month to month, that somehow went out the window, now we want a long-term agreement, and it doesn't make any sense. What I find kind of interesting is that this year and last year both, we had a survey sent out where we're very interested in learning what movies in the park that people want to listen to. I think that's the only thing you ask from the public and take input on, is what movie we should have in the park. It's like, what about some of these other things that are very important and have impact? That's where you should be polling the public and getting information. So that's bothersome. And another thing tonight, a lot of people, I've heard several people mention that they weren't properly notified about all the different zoning things here. So I don't know who checks up on that, but especially the people by name that said that should be checked and verified. They do get certified notifications for zoning change. That's next to them, I would assume. That should be checked. If they're not properly notified, then.
They get mail letters. That's a requirement, mail letters to all the people.
I know, but it verifies that actually happened.
And it's advertised in the meetings.
It's advertised, Mark Hudson verified in his affidavit that it was mailed to all those people.
Correct, but.
They might not be in the zone. How close do they have to be? Sign to put up, correct?
Yeah, posted.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next is Kathy Pickle-McGovern is next. Kathy Pickle-McGovern. She's next to the left. She's not interested. Anne Marie Crown.
I decline.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Next we have Bob McClellan. Bob McClellan here. Mr. McClellan. Mr. Keegan, sir.
Bob McKellen. Hey, I just put my name on the list because I was making notes on the way, and I knew I was gonna talk about something, and, it was interesting tonight to find out, besides the original, I've been coming to meetings now for about 15, 16 months, and the library brought a ton of people out. They poured their hearts out for 4 hours, and you immediately
of this meeting, stop. At the beginning of this meeting, I read to you what the conduct is supposed to be here. And now you're making disparaging, stop, sir, I'm not recognizing you. You're making disparaging remarks against members of this council for no reason. All right? I want to be clear, and I made clear at the beginning of this meeting, now we've been here for 3.5 hours, okay? It's been a long evening for all of us, including actually 4.5 hours, I'm sorry. It's been a long evening for all of us. Please refrain from making disparaging remarks against any member of this council. If it happens again, sir, I'm going to ask you to leave the council.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yes. Sorry for strings. Compost center, gone. The, people now on Mount Pleasant Road, Spring Hill Road, Steel City, Easton Road are all upset. And come election day, I hope all of them remember where this all went, and they tell all their friends. Yard waste area, I didn't hear anything about that. Across from the track at the football stadium, just in time for home track meets and graduation in June. Very good. EAC, becoming a high school ecology club. Losing the open space and landfill talk at meetings is just not right. You know, rain barrels and plant hills is fine, but they could be doing that as an ecology club at high school. That's all.
All right, thank you, sir. Next is
Boy, it's a long night. I'm Dave Lulan, 2023 Alice Drive. And I really wasn't going to say anything tonight, but I'm glad I endured, okay? Because I'm the other guy that you don't get to hear from because of the political atmosphere we have going on here. I want to make a disclosure. I am not running for council. I'm not running for planning board. I'm not running for anything. I'm a taxpayer, and what I say is what my neighbors and I think, okay? And yes, I can name them and will name them, and I really wish when people on the council say, well, somebody sent me a letter, we know who it is. It's like the news media, okay? So that's something I'd like to, okay. So I too made a few notes here as we go along. Yeah, Hal is really right up at the list. It reminds me of 2001, the space odyssey, Hal. I hear 160,000 budgeted, and by goodness, there's only, I don't know, 300 people who have cars. Therefore, we saved $155,000, but we spent some money on litigation. Okay. So, see, we didn't save that much. We only saved maybe, whatever, 20,000 this year. Going forward, yeah, we'll recognize that. And I'll tell you, if you have to sue somebody to get freedom of information, there is something to hide. And it really upset me when I heard that some of our council people were working with the other council, who now has been tied and is a controller of the library. Gee, that's sort of like, let's see, I've got insider information I'm going to share. All right, let's get back to the other things. The zoning is really touchy here because people that were up here and say they don't understand zoning, it's quite apparent they don't. And if anybody knows about things like Mount Laurel, okay, you'll find out that when you get sued, that's in the state of New Jersey, and I've been on a planning board for 10 or 15 years, and I went to Rutgers for 6 months, 2 nights a week. You're darn tootin'. Mount Laurel rolled in, and I can't tell you what it did to residences in all the towns in New Jersey. And if you think Pennsylvania wasn't listening, you're making a mistake. So where does the whatever the empty zone come? Probably in result of that. All right, 25 seconds for that. All right. The other thing I'd ask is when you come to the council meeting on both sides, here and there, you come prepared, and I don't remember, doesn't cut it, and somebody said, but I don't remember. No, if you're going to make statements, I really appreciate it. You have the integrity to say who, what, when, and where. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right, that concludes the non-agenda sign-up list. That concludes our meeting as well. We'll make a motion to adjourn.
Ennis, how do you vote? Yes. Mr. Gerber, how do you vote? Mr. Banonis, how do you vote? Yes. Mr. Carocci, how do you vote? Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote? Motion passes. Have a good night.
I can't fucking believe it's 11 o'clock.
Whether or not it's encouraging. I don't know. They don't mean that. They don't.
I know, thank God. A long day today.
You don't mind.
I found it, topographic. The ginger plant is actually below 300. I saw her and I said, she should have built it 725
Right on the side.
This part over towards
Yeah.
250.
Yeah.
And they were
go
saying 350.
They do, they have one at the bottom. I think that's one.